Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Making sure everything is okay. I have my top panel here, which I don't know where it is. What do I have here? Windows full screen. Oh well. For some reason I don't have it this time around. Just tools, view, stats, stats. Okay. Oh well. It's all right. So welcome aboard, everybody. I just wanted to see what... So docs... YouTube Live control panel. That's what I wanted. I had lost my YouTube Live control panel. And now it's back. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we, of course, talk about radio. Have fun with radio. And just let me take a sip of my... this is a Sleeman Clear beer today. So cheers. Not bad. Very light taste. So, we talk about radio, shortwave radio, radio of every kind. This is not focused on shortwave only. So if you have a question about radio, but, you know, other frequency ranges and so on, it's welcome. It's fine. We're here to talk about radio, even though our focus does go a little bit on shortwave. It isn't shortwave only focused. So hope that you enjoyed the show today. Nice to have all of you here. And my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And we are here every Saturday at 20 UTC. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people that are just great. If you want to join in, do say hi. It's fun to have everybody. Say hello, sorry. And not just say hello, let us know where you are from. It's kind of fun to see where people are watching around the world. And it's pretty cool to see everybody join in every week. And once the chat room, of course, when this live show is over, there's a Facebook group, which is the official SWL channel Facebook group, same name as the YouTube channel. I'll share actually the channel here on the chat. And here we go. So this is the Facebook group. You can join. There's a lot of activity there, which is a lot of fun because people share what they're listening to. I often share what I'm listening to, also my personal observations. So the Facebook group is here. And if you want to join me in my Blue Sky adventures, I'm at 206 followers, and if you are dedicated to something interesting to me, whatever it is, radio, but it could be something else. If you have astronomy or anything else, I'm interested in that kind of thing. So I will follow you back if anything you post is of interest. So Blue Sky account is also official SWL channel, and here it is. All you have to do once you're here is follow me. And this is a great place where lots of stuff is posted also in here. So here we go. And actually, I will try to ramp up the posts. I want to post every day on the Blue Sky. I've been kind of jumping, a few days sometimes without posting. But I want to try to get my Blue Sky account, like, actually posting every day, basically. So, nice to have all of you here, where we finally got rid of the first big snow. But we have another 6 or 7 inches that fell in the last 24 hours. So this is winter, and it's incredible thinking that today is March 1st, and that means, and for some reason I don't know, it just passed like really fast. I realized this week that we are in the last month of the winter schedules, the B24 schedules for Shortwave. So that means that by the last Saturday of this month, we're already going to start. We're going to start the A25 summer schedules, and actually the HFCC page is up. Nothing is there yet for the data, but the HFCC schedules for 2025 summer A25 is already done. So that means they're waiting for the broadcasters to give out the shortwave schedules, and I think this is going to be really cool to see what frequencies are going to be used. But I don't know. I'm in some kind of time warp. I think it's the fastest schedule season I've ever seen go by. It's like I barely had time to tune around and check out what's in there. It's pretty crazy. So temperatures here are about 32 Fahrenheit as we speak, but they're going to, or 0 Celsius, but they're going to drop. It's supposed to be minus 19 tonight, which is a little bit just below 0 Fahrenheit. So it's going to be cold, and there's going to be a wind chill of minus 27. So, we're getting into March. March is that month where usually we're starting to transition here in Montreal from winter to kind of weather to a spring kind of weather. It's also one of the months where we might have some of the most powerful snowstorms too. So we never know. It's an up and down thing here, basically. So this is March for us, and March has this feel for me that is very unique, because we always had the spring break, and the spring break, which was late February, early March, when I was a teenager, meant radio time. For me, that was radio time. And year over year, the weather isn't the same. Sometimes that spring break was snowy and wintry. Sometimes the spring break was more of a, snow melting, kind of warmer temperatures. And every time I think, and not just think, if I go outside and there's a specific mix of, like nice weather or gray weather, but, kind of warmer temperatures, I have this thing about the, this thing about, I know the feel coming back of, me going to the post office, mail my my letters to get QSL cards and reception reports I would send out, and the letters I would receive by mail and all of that. There's a feel with it, which is kind of interesting, and I get that vibe again today of the good old days when I would be doing that, and of course listening to all the stations that were back then too, which was pretty cool. So, anyways, it's an interesting thing to see. Especially the feel. Your brain can actually bring you back with all the emotions and all this smell and the just by viewing a little something or the weather outside or it's an interesting thing to go through, and it was kind of cool. And I had this one day this week. It was cloudy, but it was really it was warmer, and I got this little feel for a moment of, oh man, that sending out the reception reports back in the 80s and the spring break, and for me it was just spring break was two things, three things actually. Was playing, going out and playing with my friends, radio, which was a big thing, or playing with my Commodore computer. That's pretty much that, the spring breaks of my teenage years. So cheers. So, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, WA9301SWL. Mike B, nice to have you here from Colorado, 60 degrees. Wow. Gen X, nice to have you, Whitney, from Missouri. 74 Fahrenheit. Pretty cool. No, not Missouri. MS is Minnesota. There's a few states that I'm always like mix up all the time. Missouri is MO. Minnesota is MS. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. And he's from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec, which is just a little bit to the southeast of Montreal. Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board from the UK. Nice to have you here. And sun has been out for 2 days in a row. Exceptional. Andrew Ross says, I spent part of the day putting up a 30-meter long wire and a garden. The results are so far very encouraging. That's cool. That's cool. Part of radio fun. Putting up antennas and wires and stuff. Bobby, nice to have you here. Master Players Radio and Television, WA5107SWL, Morgan City, Louisiana. Andrew Ross says signal strength is good and far less noise than the MLA 30 Plus or the 5-meter long wire. Yeah, if you got a low noise environment, long wire is always better than the MLA 30. It will pick up more signals. I see it here when I compare my in-fed antenna to my MLA 30. Actually, my in-fed antenna, if it wasn't for the noise, would be receiving a lot more signals on the lower frequencies than my MLA 30 probably does. The MLA 30 is advantage. It's not that it's, a DX magnet. It's more of a, I have a lot of noise. It's the only thing that actually lowers enough the noise for me to hear some of the signals out there. And for a lot of people, an MLA 30 is better because a long wire or a wire will bring more noise into the radio. But definitely, if you can put a long wire and it's not too noisy, it will most of the time beat the MLA 30. Dwayne, nice to have you here from Tennessee. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you on board. WA0113SWL. And somewhat cool day in Winsville. And then we have TV DXers, ça va bien, j'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you on board. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Robert Varner, KC2TL in New Jersey. Eric Dixon, nice to have you here from Virginia. Donald Weil, nice to have you here, WA7330SWL. Bert, nice to have you on board, WF7I Homebrew from the rural Virginia. And is a great Kiwi SDR, which is really, really amazing when you tune as Kiwi SDR. And Andrew Ross has forgot to say hello to Paul. Yeah, he's not here, but I tried to actually lure him here on the chair, but he wanted to go to sleep on the bed, so I was like, okay. Torben Iverson, nice to have you here. Pretty cool to have you on board from Norway. Matthew Fernald, nice to have you here. Bob's Acoustic, nice to have you here. Don Royal is in Sun City, Arizona. John Hummel Newell, V5JHN, Nice to have you here from Saskatchewan. Different Gear TV. Nice to have you on board. Happy Saturday, Blogger Die. Nice to have you here from Central Virginia. And a chili cook-off. That sounds good. And hope you're going to have a lot of fun there. Dave Vosh, nice to have you here from Washington, Maryland. Nice to have you here. And thanks for the tip. Much appreciated. Different Gear TV. Rain all day long here in Spain. What else do we have? Dave Vosh, Thursday, 70th birthday. Wow, I can't believe it. Yeah, it's incredible how time flies. It's like, and the worst part is our body tells us that we're getting older. But in our head, we're still that young, careless guy that we were as a teenager. My joke that I always tell everybody when we talk about age is that my body is old enough to go to a bar, but my brain is too young to be going to a bar. Darman says, I have 80 followers on Blue Sky. That's good. Slowly but surely you get up there. The Rooster Man, nice to have you on board from Southeast Texas in the Gulf. Pretty cool. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. Kev Michael, nice to have you on board. Says at 8 p.m., 17-820, Radio Filipinas, Manila, Philippines, using the Grandic Satellite 800. Cool. I use a Kiwi SDR in Nepal to hear it sometimes. What I do is have fun. Is I put my computer on Bluetooth mode and connect it to this Shoyu on R1, and I play the audio through Bluetooth on this radio of Radio Filipinas, which is kind of cool because it's as if you would listen to it on a radio, but in reality, I'm just I'm streaming it from a Kiwi SDR. Blogger Eye. So I asked Microsoft Copilot what recent news was there about shortwave radio. It said Radio Canada International is celebrating its 80th anniversary, February 25th. Huh. Yeah, well, it took that from actually the RCI website, because the RCI online website has celebrated or kind of, did a little something about celebrating 80 years of RCI from, but let's face it, it's like not the same at all. Not the same at all. So, it's crazy. So Shane says the only personal letters I get anymore are QSL cards. Yeah, I don't get a lot of, mail has become ads for the most part. So it's like, what I get in mail, I get a couple of letters from some of the things that I'm part of the numerous snooping, I call it. I have a little black box here that I've accepted to install. I'm part of a panel, and so they can snoop on my network, see what I'm watching on my smart TV or my computers if I'm looking at Netflix or YouTube or Prime Video or any video outlet. Actually, they are monitoring to see, so they have statistics. And it gives me a check that I get by mail every month. So that's one important one. For the rest, I'll get a few QSL cards from ham operators from time to time. But I don't get a lot of letters, definitely. Yeah, cheers to the teenage years. Yeah, the good old days when we are discovering the world. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here from Stockholm, just around freezing. Apparently has been over a bit above zero enough that it's technically meteorological spring. Yeah, I think I'm not sure it has it. That's the like here in Canada, the meteorological spring has nothing to do with the number of days above zero or anything. It's just a defined period of time. So in meteorological um, terms, spring starts March 1st and goes up to, I don't remember, June 1st, something like that. And I think June 1st is official start of meteorological summer until like September 1st. And September 1st is the start of meteorological fall, and so on and so on. It's not exactly phased as the official seasons that we talk about. And so, and here next week is going to be the time change already, which is like, wow, it's kind of early time change. Okay, already? So, but I don't know about, I would guess everybody has the same one. So from what I understand, it doesn't have anything to do with the temperature per se, but more as of what they perceive as being, spring officially, and it starts the 1st of March. Kev Michael, 17650 at 825 Radio New Zealand on a Texan PL 990. Actually, it was very, very nice to hear 2 nights in a row Radio New Zealand here with a pretty decent signal on 17675 at it was midnight 05 UTC, and it was really, really cool. It's like, yeah, days are getting longer, and of course it shows that the solar activity is higher because I'm getting that station much earlier than in the downtime of when the solar activity was low. So it's kind of cool for that. We're getting really New Zealand in a much earlier time frame here, so it's pretty cool. Dave Vosh, anyone have luck with a Malahide DSP SDR V5 CW decode? I'm having trouble getting it to work. One thing for sure, so it must have, I'm not sure, but I would guess it must have a auto detective speed of CW. If it does, you got to let it, tune it correctly and let it decode. Not too much noise. And remember, if you were trying with ham radio Morse code, it's very tough because a human Morse code is tough. It's like always a little different in speed. And everything, any computers and devices have a hard time decoding. A trick that you can try, Dave, to make it decode something. Look at the schedule of the W1AW Morse code tests. So W1AW has Morse code practices, code practice. And that is sent by a computer, so it's always very, very good. And if you want to try to decode it, it will be the easiest to decode. So just search for, let me get it here. I don't know if I can get the, there you go, operating schedules. Here we go. So this is the operating schedule, and the frequency is used. So check out that. And that will be the easiest to decode because it's sent by a computer. And also you'll know which speed they are going, actually, also at the same time. WZFR1 Biker, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke. Hope you are well too, my friend. Nice to have you here. Mississippi. Oh, thank you, Mississippi. Okay, MS, Mississippi. Okay, so we got Missouri, Montana. Man, I'm on. The ones that are messing me up are like, Mississippi, Montana. And Montana is MT. Missouri is MO. MS is Mississippi. Okay. MA is Massachusetts. ME is Maine. I got a few that I mess up. Not a lot of them, but I've got a few that I mess up. So Mississippi. Yeah, MS Mississippi. Okay. Thanks for correcting me, Whitney. I'm Canadian. I can be. It's all right. MN Minnesota, Mississippi MS. Yeah, the we don't learn the U.S. states abbreviations in Canadian schools. Only what's happening in Canada in our own provinces. Michael says Kevin from the Pacific Ocean. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. 28 degrees, bright sunshine. 57 Steve DX1, nice to have you here. And Southeast Georgia. Shane, yep, thanks for the... and W0NNNKA Wonka, I like that. Kevin Michael, I'm using Gredic Satellite 800, the 26 to 28 megahertz 11 meter band is open here to South America with CB. Yeah, well, I was on 27 205 a little earlier, and there was skip everywhere. It was like really open. I went to 13927 because just before we started the show, there was some Mars net going on. So I tuned around, hearing what, kind of listening to what they had. Mr. Phillips, nice to have you here. Waving from the cornfields of Illinois. Cool. Hope the corn's not too high. I'm not going to see you. Jim's Radio Check says, us people that live in the city will never get rid of that noise. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Anybody in a big city, it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. Whitney has received an MLE 30 Plus today. Just have to set it up. Cool. Have fun. Zip Tie, nice to have you here from Nicaragua. Sweat Cuts, nice to have you here. Tarek, nice to have you here from Cairo, Egypt. The holy month of Ramadan started today in the Islamic world, so some programs may extend in Islamic radio stations. Yeah, there's a few stations that actually do a lot of programming due to that. So definitely. So it starts today. Trevor, nice to have you here from the UK. G7 GDA, London 19657. Nice to have you here from Northeast Pennsylvania. Andy New, nice to have you here from the UK. M7CUN. Shortwave Archive from Colorado. 804 Marty, nice to have you here from Virginia. And what else do we have? Shortwave Archive, what do you think of yesterday's RE broadcast? I thought it was quite interesting. Oh yeah, definitely it was interesting. It definitely was interesting. The French language one. It's interesting how the French and English language just don't talk about the same thing at all. Like if you listen to Radio Prague or Radio Slovakia, French, English, they have kind of the same program. It's just that they, have it in English and in French. But for some reason, Spain has two completely different programs in French and in English. So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, definitely it was a very interesting broadcast yesterday on Spain. I listened to it through the Texan S2200X. You guys have seen my short video. So Bob's Acoustic. Sorry for the newbie question. Are the SDRs better receptors or receivers than the portables? Yes and no. Yes, a good SDR, yes, in a way, because it has more bells and whistles that you can control. So an SDR, not only is it a radio, it's the controls on the computer screen, for example. And you have far more options, far more things you can do, change. So in that aspect of the radio, it is a better radio, yes, because you'll have more flexibility. Where portable receivers are, whatever features in there is what you got. And there's no flexibility. You got what you have. And depending on what you purchased, some have more, some have less. But overall, you're stuck with whatever you have. And so on an SDR, the software will dictate the features you have. An example, on a portable radio, say you get one with DSP, like a Texan PL990, a DSP and PLL radio, so it doesn't mute. You get a set of bandwidths. So you'll have, 500 kilohertz. You'll have 1.2. You'll have 2.2, 2.8, 3, 4, 6. Which is a nice set of bandwidths, by the way, compared to older radios. But if you want to have maybe more flexibility on an SDR, those bandwidths are anything you want. You can take a slider and make the bandwidth, you want it 700 rather than 500. You just, expand the waterfall and the audio waterfall and or whatever, the bandwidths on the filters. And you just it's like, I'll choose whatever bandwidth I want. I want to have 15 kilohertz. You just expand it to 15. So you do really what you want, and it's dictated by how the software works. So the flexibility of an SDR is so amazing and all that it can do that technically you'd have to answer that an SDR is better receiver, yes. As long as it's well installed and doesn't have too much noise on it. It's really two different worlds. When people tell me, should I buy a Texan PL990 or an SDR play? Well, you're talking about two different things. Each has its own reason to exist. And if you want to be portable and go out there and go to parks and go camping, you'll want a regular portable because it's self-contained. It works all in one little box. Where an SDR requires, except for, like the Malahite, for example, which is self-contained, you'll have, for the most part, in a portable radio, a self-contained environment, where an SDR, for the most part, requires a computer, requires power sources, and all sorts of things that, it's not suited to be, very good for travel or for camping or anything like that. It all depends how geeky you are at the extreme, but it's kind of interesting to see that. But it's very two different worlds, and you'll need a portable for one thing. Oh, there's some activity on 13927, the Mars nets, or the Mars frequency. Oh, this is interesting. That sounds like a cell call. What? Let me just check something here. I just want to check 13927. There was something that was like cell call. Okay. 13927. Hope I'm not messing up my frequencies of what I was listening to. Yeah, 13927 is not a known. So it's almost as if there was some plane. Could it be some military plane having cell call over a Mars frequency? It sounded like that so much. So weird. 13927. Okay. Jean Ash, I didn't know Numeris was interested in internet habits. I thought he only cared about radio and TV. Nope, internet habits also. So I got this. I actually took a lot of time for that little box to work because it interfered with my gigabit internet speeds. So when it was plugged in, I would crawl to a very slow speed and be stuck there. And at some point, I just unplugged it. I was like, yeah, forget it. I'm tired. My internet is always crapping out because of it. And when it was not plugged in, it was fine. So some guy called me about 2 weeks ago and said, okay, I think we have a new config for the little box. Can you plug it in? We're going to send in the new configuration, the new firmware, and can you test to see if it affects your TV and your cable, your internet reception? And that new firmware seems to do the trick because I've been having perfect internet since then. So it's actually snooping on what I do on the internet with apparently, rules that they're not supposed to snoop on certain things. Anyways, I was like, yeah, why not? It was like, in my case, it was like, yeah, free money. Why not? I'll leave it in, and you get your check in the mailbox every month. Why not? Dave says, you're right, body is a broken down 70, but crazy brain is still 25. That's pretty much how it works. Eric Dixon, thank you so much for the tip. Much, much appreciated. And by the way, if you guys want to participate also in the pizza fund, so that I don't starve to that tonight, you can send something here at this email. What's nice is that the pizza place accepts PayPal. I can directly just pay the pizza with your donations, which is great. So thanks for the donations. Pizza Fund PayPal is here. If you like what I do, if you find it cool that I'm here every Saturday, and who knows, sometimes maybe surprise, like I did 2 weeks ago on a Monday night, help out. It's much appreciated. And, I'm looking at that SI 4734 little radio that seems to be interesting. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to get one. So who knows, if there's enough donations tonight, I might actually trigger the buy now tonight and have it in, from what I see, is a couple of weeks from most places. It'd be interesting to test, and other radios too at some point. And thanks everybody for donations. And by the way, I was supposed to do it this week. I want to mention that everybody that donates is going to be in a drawing for a Canadian International DX Club membership. That includes the messenger bulletin every month in your email, and of course a monthly Zoom meeting. Now, I was supposed to do the drawing today, but my week was so hectic and so complicated with my caregiving duties that I forgot to go and check out everybody that donated to make a list. So I will make that list during the week ahead. Next Saturday is the drawing of 2 memberships for the Canadian International DS Club for 1 year. And if you're already a member, what I'll do is I'll simply tell Sheldon to extend your membership by 1 year. So everybody wins here. So for anybody that donated whatever amount through the Super Chat or through PayPal, in any way, you'll be in the drawing next week. So we're going to have 2 lucky winners of a 1-year subscription to the Canadian International DS Club. It's Canada's radio club, by the way, and it is a great place that you will have really a nice bulletin, the messenger. I do the utility columns in the messenger, and it is great little place to be. You're part of a club. It's not just purchasing or being getting just a bulletin every month. It's not a subscription. It's a membership. And of course, you have the monthly Zoom meeting where we meet each other and talk about whatever radio and whatever. So it's kind of cool. It's a great bulletin. It's a very professional. Talks about every aspect of radio, from technical aspects to anything that could be I do some radio reviews from time to time that I post there. I will post some I have my utility column. There's a ham column. There's a logging column. There's AM DXing. There's all sorts of stuff, technical topics of any kind, books, all sorts of things. It's really, really nice. And you're part, like I said, you're part of a club. It's really a membership thing, which is really, really nice. I'm going to go down a little more, and we're going to talk about the Winterfest coming up. Good news. The price of the Winterfest for 2 days went from $20 US to $15 US after me, Sheldon, and many others have met up with the organizers over Zoom. We kind of said, 20 is a little high. What are the costs and how can you lower the price? Is it possible? And it's done. It's $15 or rather than 20 US. And we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. So hope that you stay tuned. Nice to have you here. What else? So Trevor, nice to have you here from the UK, G7 GDA. London 9657, Northeast Pennsylvania. We have Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. And pretty cool to have you here. N5 KVO from South Texas. Whitney, yes, that's the same here in the U.S. We are in meteorological spring today, but we'll still have plenty of frost days. Oh, yeah. SWAT Cats, IDX 3 AM stations, line 9W, last night WLW 700 from Cincinnati, Ohio. KVRN, Lexington, Nebraska. And 880 KKOB, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 770. So, pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I need to do more medium wave DXing. Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Coast, tuning SPL 680, unit NBC 125 ET. Bright and cold and rainy-ish. Dave Osh, long wire. I live at the end of a street and can shoot between 200 feet into the woods. Oh, that's good. That's good, and that should be pretty quiet too. So once again, Eric Dixon, thank you for your super chat donation. Much appreciated. RJ Dakota, last night, early evening, I was receiving a pirate on 6220 AM. Not there now, but according to HF Underground, called TCBS. Huh, interesting. Mr. Stonegrove, here in meteorological spring is when it's been above freezing as a mean for 7 days straight, but at the earliest February 15th and latest July 31st. Huh, okay, that's interesting. Blogger with the ATS 25 Max decoder, the trick to CW is to turn down the volume to 45. Yeah, because if the volume has an effect on the decoding of the hardware, of volume that's too high could in fact be bad also. Tasso V, nice to have you on board from your windy New York City. Whitney says, you totally know the abbreviations better than a lot of Americans. Somebody told me once, because we were talking about that, and I was like, I for the most part, I get most of them right. And that friend of mine was from Boston, and he looked at me and he said, you know what? As a Canadian, the U.S. state abbreviations way better than most people I know. And I'm like, okay, but it's more of I think the shortwave part of it and the amateur radio part of it. The fact that I've been listening to amateur radio operators from the United States a lot, you kind of, you learn it as you go because you see all the abbreviations with the different states. And, when you're not sure of the abbreviations on radio, you want to know them because you want to know if, you see KS is like, what's that? AK, what's that? you know? And you want to know because you want to know what state am I listening to, because you want to know the distance. So, that's amateur radio is what, and great part, I would say the reason that my knowledge of the abbreviations is probably not bad. It certainly probably is way better than most Canadians do. So, I mean, if you don't need to know them, there's no need for it. But there's a few for some reason that kind of mix in my brain. There's kind of a little mix in a few of them, but most of them I have okay for the most part. Matthew Fernal, I just put up the MLA30 antenna on the roof today, and it's very noisy. Is there any way to make it less noisy? Move it around. If it's noisy, you have a location where it is that is not great. You have too much noise, and it doesn't cope. One thing of the MLA30, Matthew, also is when you set it up, you need to set it up so that you null the noise. Meaning, while setting it up, you should be able to see on any radio how much noise you got, and then you turn it so that the noise is at the lowest possible. And once you find that spot where the noise is the lowest, you leave it like that. You don't just put it up and that's it. You have to null the noise. Maybe it's just that, so you need to turn it slowly and observe on the radio what are the noise levels depending on how it's oriented. But it might be you need to put it somewhere else. You don't have to put it on a roof, by the way. The MLA30 works as well just 4 or 5 feet above the ground. So if the roof where you put it is too noisy, find a spot maybe on the ground somewhere where you could put it on just a stick of wood or something, or on a fence. And if you could see the lower noise. Also, remember one thing. It's an amplified antenna. You might perceive that it's noisy because the noise floor is high, but that's because it amplifies, and it amplifies everything. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's noisy. Even though the noise floor might seem high, if you listen to an actual signal, that is the better representation. What is the signal to noise ratio? So how good is the signal compared to that noise is what you want to know much more than, well, it seems to be very noisy. So there's a lot of these little things. So what I would do is first try changing the orientation. And if that doesn't work, try changing where it is. And like I said, really doesn't need to be on the roof. It could be just on a wooden pole in the backyard or on the yard somewhere, and it's going to work just as well. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. SWAT Cats, yep, absolutely. The ARL does issue code proficiency certificates. Testo the other night, I heard Radio Vancouver on 6000. Audio improved a bit. Also 5990, which was on still China Relay. So, yeah, from what I know, China Relay 5990 is still, it's supposed to be there. 6000 kilohertz. I've seen a lot of reports of people saying, hey, Cuba's there. It was there from time to time. It seems the other day I did hear a carrier, I think it was 10 days ago, I heard a carrier on 6000. I thought, I guess it's Cuba, but there was no audio on it. The same with the China Relay. I heard a carrier, but no audio. I thought, well, must be China Relay, but no audio. So they're having a hard time. I don't know if it's just automated and it turns on or not. I mean, transmitters have, fail safes. So if the transmitter's fail safe still works well, if the conditions are not great but good enough for the transmitter to start, it'll transmit, and maybe that's what's happening. It's transmitting when that odd time when the transmitter is capable of getting something out. And the other days that it's off, the transmitter might be trying to get on, but it sees too much of a standing wave. So to prevent it from actually burning up, it just doesn't, it stops. It doesn't continue. It's like a ham transceiver, like the Yaesu here. If my antenna match is bad, it won't transmit. It's just going to say, whoa, no, you're not transmitting here. This is horrible. I can't work like this. But I don't know. Do they actually have somebody fixing anything or trying to fix anything at least? I have no idea. The number station's gone. It's all gone, pretty much all gone together, basically. And it might also be, well, if we have just a few transmitters left and antennas that are okay, they keep them for what they deem to be more important. Radio Rebelde seems to be much more regular on 5025 from Cuba. So it is sad because honestly, I miss having Radio Aveni Cuba on the air. It was a station. Whether you like it or not, it was a station. Andy News says more thumbs up would be good. Papier Écriture, nice to have you here. Yeah, the MLA30 has its own cable, so it's an amplified antenna that requires power. Cat cans, SDR is a lot of fun. Yep. Kevin Michael 27025 blasting right now. Let's check it out. The usual mishmash of all sorts of stuff that you just don't understand. 27025, the Super Bowl channel. Shows there's nothing in 13 yet. Well, 13927 is off and on. Since it's a utility, it's like it's not always operating. You have to be there when something happens. Kevin Michael opening to Washington State on 27695, lower sideband. What else do we have? DCS guy, nothing here in Florida, 13927. Good, Michael. One thing I noticed right now, the top of the shortwave band is open. 14 megahertz and below is dead right now. Well, where you are, it's it probably is normal because it's most of what you're listening to is probably in daytime path, basically. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. And Brian Penny, nice to have you here from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. By the way, Brian, thanks for the postcard and the bulletin. It was very interesting. I'll be, anyways, writing to you on that. I got it this morning. I was looking at the mailbox and it was in there. So, hope I don't have to wait 7 hours and 15 minutes to see Mr. Paul. Well, that's what I was saying at the beginning of the show. I was trying to get Mr. Paul to sleep on the chair here so that, if I have to go out for something, get another beer, I can just put the cam on Mr. Paul sleeping or something. But, nope, we wanted to be in the bedroom. Marty68, nice to have you here from Southeast Georgia. Have a great time at the chili cook-off, Blogger Die. Hope you have fun. Steve DX, 57 Steve DX, you recently got an inexpensive Bluetooth device, hooked it up to my 1990s Bose Wave radio. Currently listening to your show through it. Makes the Bose a great Bluetooth speaker, booming. Yeah, cool. It's a great use for that. Absolutely. You can now hear all the richness in my voice. as I don't know why the camera is always changing and I become red like a lobster it's as if it's not even set automatic, but it wants to readjust everything sorry automatically for some reason. I don't know why. This is so weird. I just let it there's all the check marks of auto are off. There shouldn't be focus, exposure. Everything is off. Exposure. This is exposure. Okay. I don't know. This is weird. I don't know why it changes every few minutes. And I look like a lobster when it does. I don't know why. Okay. It's life. I'm meant to be a lobster. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, it's nice to have you here from Wisconsin. René Charbonnier, nice to have you here from the Netherlands. I'm currently in the field doing an 11-meter radio contest. Oh, this is cool. Have fun. Costa Konstantinidis, nice to have you on board. I'm DXer from the island of Cyprus. Glad to tune in your channel. Been the DXer since 1969. Spent most of my time in South Africa. Best wishes. Wow. Nice to have you here, Costa. Pretty cool. Cyprus. Did we ever have Cyprus in the house before? I don't think so. I think this is a new one. Cool. Nice to have you here. For those that still don't know, I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Northeast part of North America. So it's nice to have you here. Thanks to TV and Ham for the donation. Much appreciated. Shortwave Archive was never taught the Canadian provinces in school. I had to learn them myself. Yeah, same here. I mean, it's not something we learn much about, We learn where the United States is, but we don't really have, a lesson in U.S. states. Matthew Fernald's signals are very, very weak and hard to understand, even my local AM radio stations. Is it powered? You need to have it powered. Make sure that the power is correct and it works. If you put adapters or anything in between some wires, the antenna needs to have that power to it, because signals should not be very weak. The setup is not right. So remember, the antenna needs to be powered. It's an amplified antenna. It doesn't work just like that on its own connecting. You have to use a little bias T box. Or if you're using SDR, the SDRs sometimes have their own bias T in them that can give power to the antenna. And make sure you haven't, crushed the wire of the MLA30 somewhere. KW Lin 61, nice to have you here from sunny, windy Tucson, 80 Fahrenheit. Kevin Michael says Cuba is still 6,000 is there, but weak. Yeah, here I heard it from time to time, off and on, but most nights there's absolutely nothing here. Marvin Amatz, good morning from the Japan Islands. Fresh coffee time, cool. Take it easy, coffee time. Well, first of all, Matthew, it's not working right. With what you're telling me, it's not working right. So I don't know, I'm wondering if it has power to it. And also, what power source are you using to power it? That's another thing. Yeah, there's always something wrong at Radio Havana, Cuba. The one I always enjoyed, well, two that were kind of interesting. I remember when there was kind of a little rant between Arnie Coro of Radio Vancouver and Glenn Hauser. But the one that was the best is the rant between Glenn Hauser and Brother Stair that actually replied to Glenn Hauser about him spending millions of dollars in broadcasts on shortwave and that Mr. Glenn Hauser should mind his own business. And I was like, okay, that's an interesting one. The only time I found it very entertaining to listen to Brother Stair, actually. Andrew Ross, I had to get some. Enjoy the rest of the show. Take care, my friend. Yaka Michael 27025, Channel 6, the Super Bowl. The Autolac, nice to have you here. Picked up a PL 880 last week, and it's my new go-to radio. Cool. It's a great radio. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Scotland, where it's almost 9 p.m. Hope that you are well. Man, the door next door is really not closing well. Mr. Strongrove, browsing a bit, and 9885 kHz comes in floatery, which apparently is Adventist World Radio from Guam, pretty far away from Stockholm. Cool. Cool. Let me try to go down. Find where I was. Okay. And what else do we have? Let me just check out here. I want to check if there's any pirates. Anything special. Okay. Okay, Michael, 17775. Well, KVOH is not on the air anymore from Rancho Simi, California. You must be getting something else because KVOH has left shortwave bands a couple of years back. Difference between PL 880 and 990 is mostly that the 990 has Bluetooth, so you can play any Bluetooth audio through it. You can even pair your phone and use it as a Bluetooth speaker, making a call. The other thing also is that the 990 will have the ability to have external antennas on long wave, medium wave, and shortwave, where the 880 is only shortwave for the external antenna plug, I believe. For most of the rest, it's pretty much the same radio. You know, that's why I always say it to everybody. You got an 880, you're wasting your money buying 990. If you got an 880, or if you want to buy a radio and you're thinking of the 990, well, think of the 880. It's less expensive, and you're going to be saving a little bit of money. And it's as good a radio. So, you know, that's where I don't push these radios that much. You know, H501X, great radio, but unless you want to have FM stereo, when I think about, you know, what it brings that you won't have, you know, once again, external antennas for FM, for AM, medium wave, long wave, things like that, and all. But you know, they're expensive, and the 880 is a good radio, and you're saving quite a few bucks. So you know. The tan lamp needs to be set lower. Kenneth. It's like, no, it's like, you know, I leave the computer I put my face redder and redder as the beer kicks in. I do have a red face when I drink, but it's like, this is ridiculous. I become like a lobster here. Rotten animal. Okay, what else do we have? Shortwave archive. Do you have any reception of WMR RMI 15? Either okay, World Music Radio 15700 and 285. I haven't tried, but 25800 is starting to get too late. Doesn't seem to be anything. Nothing. 19-meter band is rather quiet, actually. We've got WRMI on 15770. And nothing much. What's this? Some radio teletype on 16124. 15960. Anything else? Look at that. Very quiet 19-meter band. Goes down to 15 megahertz. WWV. So no, I have it here. If I want to try these stations like World Music Radio on 25800, I have to do it around between 14 and 16 hours UTC. That's when, if it is to come in, that's when it will come in to Europe. It's like 10 meters. 10 meters here is more of a early morning thing for Europe. Sorry, guys. I got kind of the rest of kind of a little cold, and all week I had this, like, you feel fine physically, but it's like your head is in some bubble and you're coughing a little. That's been my week this week. So anyways, on those higher frequencies, and for Europe, it's mostly early, up to very, very early afternoon. At the latest, I'd say maybe 17 to 18 UT, but that's it. After that, we don't get it anymore. Slutcats, we're all surfers. I like that. We're surfing the waves. Yeah. All we need is some kind of, Hawaiian music or something. For some reason, surfers and surfing always reminds me of the TV show Hawaii 5-0. Stone Girl, Mr. Strongo, not 195 went off. No point in checking if it was. Great, Rotten Animal. Actually, I have to buy some dental treats, so I'll buy him some dental treats with your donation, Rotten Animal. So that would be perfect. Autolock, I use a 30 plus antenna in my radios and was wondering if I should pick up a low noise amplifier. I was looking at the low noise. What would that lower the noise floor? Well, first of all, the MLA30 has its own amplifier inside. It is a low noise amplifier already. And you should not add any amplification to the MLA30 antenna because it already amplifies. So amplification over amplification, really bad idea. If you're talking about, trying to replace the MLA30's amplifier with a low noise amplifier of your own, I'm sure there possibly could be some lower noise amplifiers out there, but I don't think, a friend of mine that's really good in electronics verified and did tests and kind of concluded that the MLA30's amplifier is very low noise already. So there's no need to change anything there. Bird WF7i homebrew, mini antennas here, and one is the MLA30. It does a decent job for me, hooked up to one of my SDRs. I can record many shortwave broadcasts with it, and the SDR Uno software. The MLA30 is really, really important to the position where it is one of the crucial things to it too, for sure. John Beckham, nice to have you here. Okay, well, that's the first mistake, Matthew Fernald. Don't power it with a computer. Computers are dreadfully noisy. You might be injecting tons of noise into it. Get yourself some little, mine is actually plugged in on my old iPhone little power brick that would charge my iPhone 5 or something. And that is extremely low noise, and that works fine. So find it its own little power supply that is giving it. Try to power it, if you have one, try to power it off a power bank and see if the noise goes away. You might see that plugging it in a power bank or in a different outlet for the power might be much, much, much different. Don't power it from a computer. For the most part, it rarely is a good idea. So you might be inducing noise in it through that power. Jim's radio check. I had my antenna box too close to a USB charger and gave off tons of noise. Yep, that's possible. One thing that, Matthew, that I know that some people have done, I think Ricky Long, that sometimes is here from Calgary, has done it. Some people have changed that cable that comes with it with a better coax, and they say that they have reduced noise on it. But for the most part, I think look at your power source first. Maybe your computer's giving it too much noise. Kevin Michael, 6055, renewing the Chiba Japan right now, Japanese. Yeah, in your area, probably. Here in North America, that won't be possible. But with an SDR online. Michael, nice to have you here. Everyone, my mother's house today and fired up old Magnavox stereo console, AM, FM radio worked quite well. 60 years old, and the dial, it had the emergency markers. Oh, man. Auto lock. Sadly, I live in an homeowners association, can put up the MLA30 Plus very high and currently have it about midway of my fence so neighbors can see it. It picks up a lot, but could be better. I was thinking fence line antenna. Don't forget, you can do a little, disguising. If you have a tree or a big plant, which will not, go drive the neighbors crazy. The MLA30 will work fine in a tree or in a plant. You can hide it in there. Bob's Acoustic, is the same GN ATS 909X2 worth the price? Good question. So I got it here. I mean, it's decent and it works well. It has flaws that I've actually noted in my review. If you live near strong FM stations, it overloads. Well, the airband becomes useless, first of all, because it overloads from the FM stations. There's quite a few FM breakthrough over the band. But here is an extreme case, and so it might not be the case where you are. Like all the other X909, the three versions of the 909, it is deaf on the telescopic. When I see people saying, oh, they fixed the problem on the telescopic. No, they didn't. I don't know what you're testing it with, but they're all deaf on telescopic somewhat. But it doesn't really matter. Because if you use it all the time on an outdoor antenna or a long wire antenna, it's okay. It doesn't matter if it's deaf on the telescopic. It works fine. I mean, it is beautiful and it works decently well. And I would say at that point, it's much more, are you willing to dish out that amount of money for a radio? If you do, I think you'll be, I think you'll be happy for the most part. The only thing that might be annoying is on single sideband, there's a tendency to have low volume. And depending on where you are. And the batteries in it need to be fresh. Because I've noticed one thing. A lot of people complaining about the battery. The SSB low volume. I've actually noticed, and maybe I should make a video. I didn't have rechargeable batteries one day. So I just stuck regular alkalines. And I noticed that the SSB volume on single sideband was much stronger. It might be a lack of power that makes the volume on SSB lower. So it's up to you. If I had a choice of different radios at that price range, I would personally be going more towards a Texan PL990 or, something like that, an H501X, than I would a Sangean, honestly. But that said, it's a personal thing, and if you have it and you play with it, I think you're going to be happy. It's not a bad radio at all. It's just that it has its flaws, but it is sexy. It's one of the most beautiful. I will admit it is one of the most beautiful portables out there. Catkins. I've been using Grok while listening to Shortwave. Canon.5 station, I just tell it the frequency at the current time, and it seems to know every time. Okay. My WX50. Nice to have you here from sunny Northwest Arkansas. Lovely weather here for a change. Cat cans I'm going to have to print out or get a poster of the band plan. I just can't wrap my head around meters versus megahertz. Yeah, it's a question. It's a question of being, of time, learning over time. It's better today because there's less use of meter band. There's a lot more use of, the frequencies. But back in the 80s, man, the stations were like, oh, we'll be back tomorrow on the 19 meter bands. Like, what? On the what? Richard Wagner, I'm Dr. Zoidberg. I like that. All I need is claws and a dumpster. I'm going to live in the dumpster. VT Radio. I like Dr. Zoidberg's office when you actually look closely. He has the chart of a human being, but it's upside down. It's like, yeah, pretty good doctor. I'm sure that must be great. No problem, out of luck. So, okay, Michael, Grunting Satellite 800 is my go-to radio now. Yeah, I almost had one. But I saw the email too late. When I looked at the email was about, it was a fan of mine here in Montreal, and his father had passed away. And I'm kind of overpowered by the emails that I get. So sometimes it's like I go through, and sometimes I go through them when I have time to go through them. So I look at an email, and it's like this guy starts with this story. His dad passed away, had a Grundig Satellite 800, and he's looking for someone that will give it a good home. And he's like, well, I think the best home would be you. And when I saw that email, it was like 10 days in. So I called to see. The guy said, well, Since I didn't have an answer, I thought maybe you weren't interested, so I gave it away to somebody else. It's like, oh, okay, it's fine. But it's like, yeah, I could have had one. You know, the worst on the Greenwich Satellite 800 is when I was fixing computers. I go to this guy's house and fix his computer, and he's got the Greenwich Satellite 800 right there, and he's listening to Radio Canada, the CBC French service. And I tell him, I said, oh, Greenwich Satellite 800, you listen to Shortwave, and he's got no idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't know what that radio does. He went out, and he asked for, what's the best radio you have here? And they gave him that thing, to listen to the CBC Radio Canada FM, where it will stay on that frequency forever because he doesn't do anything else. And I thought, this is such a shame. This beautiful radio is stuck doing nothing else. I almost felt like, I'm going to give you a really good radio to listen to Radio Canada in exchange to, that Grundig. But it's like, oh man, so sad thinking that radio will never do anything that it was supposed to do. Jim Garden, there's a new radio out based on the TRF 6686, the DP 666, similar to the DX 286, but with a bit more colorful display and layout. Looks and sounds interesting. Sells here for around £90, which should be 150 Canadian dollars. Huh. I'd have to go and try to check it out a little more. Yeah, Richard Wagner, the MLA30, the little antenna that could. Penny C, bonjour, nice to have you here. Andy News says, yep, TVs and computers are famous for noise, yep. Cav Michael, the RF is bad at times in my cave because of people that live in the complex use their white screen and computer. Yeah. Michael gets a breakthrough on FM on 23 megahertz. Bob's a good stick. Thanks again. Glad to see people wanting to help others. Thank you so much. Joseph, 8640 had some interesting CW. 8640. Some interesting CW. Oh, you're getting 8642, which is KPH. In Bolinas, California. It is the Saturday-only broadcast in Morse code that is on 8642, actually. So you probably were on 8640 upper sideband or something. So this is the KPH coastal station that is actually transmitting every Saturday, maintained by the Maritime Radio Historical Society. And they are broadcasting on different frequencies. Actually, we should try these frequencies in a few minutes. You make me think that'd be kind of a fun chase. They have several frequencies going on right now, so we're going to chase that just to see. Before we go there, I will mention the SWL Fest. So the Shortwave Listening Fest is a hybrid event again this year. It's a great event that has several different forums going on that will be that will be the I was just checking, they've updated their they updated their slowly putting up the schedules. 13 UT. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so sorry guys, I got a little distracted by the event. They updated the page. So you have Shortwave Listening Fest is a gathering by the Nassau Club, and of course I'll add in association with the CIDX Club. I think we are entitled to have a little bit of our own pride here. Nassau Shortwave Club has been going on for 38 years now with this year's edition, 38th edition. And it was, before the pandemic, a event that you'd go to in Pennsylvania in person. But the pandemic changed all of that and became a online Zoom event, a virtual event. And when the pandemic was gone, well, they kind of put it back into a hybrid mode for some of those that want to go back to in person. And of course, there's the online event for everybody. So it's the 38th annual this year. They've lowered the price, $15 US now to register rather than $20. And as a side note, I might be, so we're going to continue doing what we do, and I might be actually giving away 2 memberships for the Nassau Shortwave Fest so this is happening April 25th, 26th, somewhere early April. I'm going to check it out. And this is on my own. It's not in association at all with them. I will be paying for it with, the donations and giving away 2 to kind of have a little something out there. So what we're going to do is, anyways, that's a great event, April 25th, 26th, which is Friday, Saturday. It is going on both days with a lot of stuff. There's, right now what we know is there's going to be medium wave DXing ultralights with a new chip TEF686 and SI, the Silicon Labs radios. There's going to be a tour of the shortwave station and transmitter of WINB. There's going to be amateur radio in disaster environment by Thomas Witherspoon. Scanner radio monitoring by Tom Swisher. Introduction to software-defined radios. There's going to be a Keep QSLing Alive in 2025. There's going to be what else? There's going to be the shortwave as viewed from Europe. And I will have and host the utility listening for beginners that will happen on Saturday morning. So I'll be part of the presentations out there. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Dummy's Guide to Tuning the World 2025. There's going to be pirate and unlicensed shortwave broadcasting. DXing with remote SDRs. And so much more. It hasn't complete right now. It isn't complete right now. So already we have an idea of what's going to be out there. It's a great event to be. Like I said, now it's $15 US. You get both days, but you get an extra. We also have the CIDX hospitality suite that will be there. So, which means there's the events, and there's that other place you can hang out with people and have fun. Me, Sheldon, and Mickey Dalmage will be kind of, handling the traffic there. And it's really, really cool. If you haven't been there, it's a great time to meet up with tons of people. Even if you don't have a camera, it doesn't matter. You just go in and watch the presentations and so on. The sessions are going to be online. And, of course, the hospitality suite where, tons of people hang out there and have fun. So the link to the event is in the description and the chat room. Do join. $15 US, and it's going to be a cool little thing if we join in. It's 2 days of fun with radio, and a lot of cool moments there. I've been there since it's the hybrid event, and it's really, really nice. Well, in the virtual event too. If you go in person, it is in Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. And if you go in person, it's $45 for the event. So hope to see you there, either in person for those that are going to be there, but for most of us, including me, in virtual. Okay. What else do we have? So, yeah, let's just try the kph frequencies. So, I'm gonna go here, kph. Here we go. So the highest frequency we got, 22,477.5. So let's put CW. $22,477.5. Yeah, it's there. It's weak, but it's in the noise. It's there. Let's try the other one. 17,016.8. Yeah, it's there too, but it's not very strong. 13,158. No, that one is not. It's not a Saturday one. 808. There's a tone notch. Yeah, it's not very good today. So these are some of the frequencies. You can hear it. Not making it very well. Even 22 and 17 megahertz aren't very strong. So I was thinking about trying to decode, but it's not good enough for that. So KPH Saturday only, and maintained by the Maritime Historical Society. So they go on up until 0101 UTC. Okay, Michael, the battery does that on the Greenwich Satellite 800. The volume drops. Okay, Michael had bad luck with Sanjian and Ethan. Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle. Different Gear TV, I've noticed that the Texan PL680, if the battery power is low, weird things happen, funny noises. Yeah, sometimes the electronics plays tricks on you when the voltages are just not high enough. It can happen on some radios. Carol Pot, what if you put the power supply on the ATS 909X2 with low volume SSB? For sure, it might help. The problem is that in some circumstances, sometimes it can bring in some noise to the radio. But probably it would help, I would guess. I haven't tried it personally. That's a huge monster, the Greenwich Satellite 800. It's part of what makes it fun. It's so big. Richard Califano, nice to have you here. WA2157SWL in Albany, New York. Picked up Singapore on my LC90. Cool. Rick Schreiber, nice to have you here. Earring radio checks on 11175. What would that be? So 11175 is the U.S. Air Force Global Command frequency. And actually there's several frequencies for the U.S. Global Command. 8992, 11175, 15016 among them. I think 13200 also. So this is the U.S. Air Force, and if you hear them starting giving messages in phonetics, this is what we call the emergency action message, which is intended for someone in the Air Force. And the clue to it is listening to what station. What is the identification of the station that sent it out? And you can Google it, actually. Sometimes I have more info. You put Air Force, and you put that name, and you'll know a little more about maybe where it was located. The signals on those frequencies are coming from multiple locations around the world, too. It's really, truly a HF Global Command frequency. Kevin Michael has got a fax station on 17039. 17039. Is interesting. 039. 17900. Let me try something here. 039. Anything listed? There's nothing listed here. 039 on my listing. That's interesting. Wonder where it's coming from. Huh. There you go. I've got a lot more noise today on my band than usual. This one is strong.
Mike, Foxtrot, Mike, Tesco, Sierra,
15016, stronger for me.
Tree, Kilo, Yankee, Lima, Echo, November, Tree, Delta. I say again, 4 anoint. 4 bonk, 4 anoint, 4 bonk, hotel, Delta.
So, U.S. Air Force emergency action messages going on right now. Jim Gordon says, I have a place in my heart for the Sangean ATS 803A, my first PLL and direct entry radio. I used to dream about such sets as I could not afford, sets like the ICF 2001. Yeah, I know. Oh, man, I dreamt, before I got the Realistic or Radio Shack DX302, I could not have, I was dreaming of a radio that had a frequency display. I mean, I was going nuts on the DX100, not knowing where I'm tuning. And, you look at all these listings. I had listings. Most of them were outdated listings back in the day because we didn't have the internet. Shortwave listings of stations and stuff to listen to were most of the time months old, if not a couple of years old. But we'd still go through them and see what I can hear. And man, I was like, oh, I wish I had radio that I could just go to the frequency and oh, that's it. Oh, I don't hear it, or I hear it. Man, people don't know the struggle today because for very low price today, you got a decent radio that has a display, a frequency, digital display for frequency. But back in the 80s, 70s, those radios were expensive, and it's like, well, what can I afford? And the ATS 803A was one that a lot of people could afford. Absolutely. Sony was at the high end of the portable there with their radio. It's not everybody that could own one. Cat Cans, as far as your fans and community helping others, everyone always been so nice here. No trolling and definitely none of those hot topics that just make people upset. Honestly, perfect stream. Well, this is the reason it exists. It's made like that to be like that and to be, kind of a safe place. We need a safe place today. It's very important. I get a lot of people like coming back to me and saying, why did you get off this group or that group? It's like, it doesn't abide by my personal rules of what a group should be. And most of the time it's because, too many idiots or too many trollers of all kind that troll. I call it soft troll. It's trolling just to the edge, but you're actually trolling. Things like that, I don't want. It's like, no. Here we're not for that. Here we enjoy radio, and we're a bunch of great guys that just want to talk, about radio. You want to talk politics and religion? There's groups for that. Go there. Nothing like that here. Joseph, yep, KPS just down the road from me. Yeah. Kevin Michaels got a 642 right now. RJ Dakota had a friend who did much the same thing. He went out and bought a huge radio receiver, and he said he wanted to have the best radio. Parked it on one station and he listens to it. Yeah, it's sad. Such a beautiful radio that will always be stuck on 95.1 FM. Fred Waterer, nice to have you on board, my friend. God. What else do we have? And Freelangy, nice to have you on board from Scotland. And he's shortwave listening on the Flex Maestro. Cool. What else do we have? Penny C, will there be a recording if we miss the live event? If you're talking about a Shortwave Fest, if you are registered, you will have access to all the sessions recorded. The sessions will be recorded and only accessible to. Sorry, guys, there's something in my tongue. And will always will be available only to people that have registered. Like every year, they do that every year. They do record the sessions, so you can give out your $15, and you'll have access to the sessions. You'll get links through your email once the event is done. So what else? Nope. Yeah, like we say, Fred, it's really, really fun and even in virtual. Personally, I think we're in the best seats in the virtual. No hassle. You get just your your favorite drinks, your favorite snacks, enjoy the show, and just be there. And it's kind of cool from your own warm home, and it's pretty cool. I've been enjoying every single year, personally. Yep, suburb of Philadelphia, absolutely. The Fort Washington is really a suburb of Philadelphia. Not very far from where the event happened before, actually. Joseph S22 477 strong. And 12808 for Joseph also. Well, you're near it, you know. You're near it. Redwater is always such a nice setup. Thank you so much. You know, when I look at it, it's easy. You know, it's easy to not. I don't know how to say it. How to. I think that's every time you get something new. You know, like when I got my realistic DX100, the first ever radio, it's like, oh man, even if this is the only radio for the rest of my life, it's amazing, it's great, it's cool. Then you get to the, well, all these frequencies, I'd like to know if they are on, but I don't have a display that can accurately tell me. So, oh, I want to have a radio with a, you know, digital display, and you're like drooling over one, and then someday, oh, I got a realistic DX302. I don't need something else. I've got the perfect radio with a display. But then it's like, no, but I want a radio that's even better than that. And that's just like I got a Kenwood 5000. And you go through time, and I look at myself through life with radio, and I'm like, man, if I had this, I first of all, I would never have thought that I would have so many radios and have these radios, including this. Let's face it, a Yaesu FTDX10 is a luxury item. Okay, it's, how can you explain it in other words except that it's a luxury item as a radio? I mean, you know, you got to be. People are going to call you nuts for purchasing a radio that costs you 2,000 Canadian dollars. You know, they're going to be like, what? What? You paid what? Yeah, I know. Somewhat lucky. Not lucky. I never called it lucky. I personally called it, you work for what you want and what you have, which I guess is a better term. But it's like you're never totally happy. You know, you're happy the day you get the radio, but after 6 months, you're like, well, oh, have you seen that new radio? Look at that. It's like there's always this. Come on, you know. Sometimes I think to myself, I was like, okay, sit down on your ass and realize that you are the lucky bum that has so many freaking radios you can play with. And it's like, yeah, I do realize it, and it's, you know, it's cool. I'm happy, and you know, I never thought that part of my living, because this channel is part of my living, it's part of my paycheck, someday would be because of shortwave radio. You know, you don't think about that. It's like a job in shortwave radio. No, I don't think so. Yeah, maybe in the 70s, a monitor at, you know, BBC monitoring, or at the Radio Canada, the RCI, you know, monitoring station. Stuff like that is like, oh, this is so cool. Your job is monitoring and listening to shortwave all day. But apart from that, it's like, you know, you don't put on your resume shortwave listener as a qualification for a job. You know, they're going to be like, what's that? Yeah, I'm a shortwave listener. You know, I'm a geek, a radio geek. But it's crazy. You know, you don't realize how life brings you in a direction, and your directions change depending on your decisions and your knowledge and the things you do. And I'm like, well, okay, it's just so funny. It's just, and you know, you end up, you know, I'll be very fair, you end up in something like this, where at first you think that you're going to be in a, well, you know, I'm doing a live show, and there's going to be, it's like, you know, concert. There's you and there's me. But at some point, it's like the you and the me kind of merge somehow in a way that it's like, no, it's not just you and me. We are kind of have a friendship going, basically, and some more than others, like everything in life. And you're like, wow, I was not expecting that to happen in that way. So I'm lucky, but it's a luck that was set by a path that I actually chose. So it's not luck in itself. It's a lot of just you work for it, you know. That's a lot more about it. So, but yeah, you know, and I try to. I mean, I need to have a visual that's appealing also for what I do, you know. Richard Wagner, 12808, coming in Northeast Illinois. Max S. Strong's got a question for any old time shortwave listeners. Do any of you remember a paper bound book from the late 80s or 90s about the history of pirate radio? I only ever saw it once in a public library. It was a program summary of all the old time pirates from the 50s to the 90s. Wow, that's a good question. And yeah, that's a good question. I was surprised when I was a teenager, all of the radio related books that were in the library here, and a small library where at the corner street where I live, there's a park. There was a school, a high school I went to, and the same park there was the library. And of course, I'd go. You know, always the same. I'd go to the what new astronomy book you got, what new electronics book you got, what new radio book you got. That was pretty much all of it. Sometimes, you know, what new weather book you got, you know, books about science, the weather, the science of the atmosphere. And then if that wouldn't go through, I would go to the comic book section and get, you know, the different comic books I wanted. And I was surprised by all the books there were about radio and how radio works and everything. It was just great. There was this huge, amazing book about the Radio France International and the Edusun transmitter site, I remember. Which I was like, wow, they got a book about that. But it was more like, it was a broad book. It was more like, you know, the actual broadcasting of France and TDF, the Télédivision Française, stuff like that. But it was still, you know, radio book. It was kind of cool. I remember, because there was a rule, you could borrow the book 2 times, and that's it. That was the rule there, and I always thought that rule was so stupid anyways. I understand it was there because some people would want to have a book so many times that others would never see it. But at the same time, it's the books that I was actually getting. It was like, nobody gets the freaking... Look, there was that chart on the back of the book where, you know, the stamp, and it was like, 4 people have, you know, taken out this book in the last 3 years. It's not like it's a book everybody wants to see, but I do. So when I went there 3rd time, she was like, well, you already got it 2 times. You can't get it 3. And I said, look, before me, this book, the last time somebody wanted it was a year and a half ago. I don't think a lot of people want this book, but I love this book. I want it another time. And she's like, all right. And she just stamped it, and it was like, oh, man. Same with one of the astronomy books that was there, which was amazing. It was one of the most beautiful books I had seen about the solar system. It had great, beautiful pictures taken from the Voyager spacecraft. It was just an amazing book. And it was like, yeah, okay, you already took it twice. I know, but I love the darn book. You know, it's like, it's beautiful. It's just like, yeah, okay, well, another time, but you can't have it more than 3. It's like, okay. You know, weird rules that are like, yeah, come on. At least somebody's reading it. Richard Wagner at 15016 good in Northeast Illinois. Lee Henwood, 11175 strong in Moncton. Nice to have you here. And if you're Langy, no copy in Scotland. SWL Signals. Enjoying my new Yacht Boy 400 PE. It's nice. I had one for about a year. So the story, I'm going to tell you a story of mine. I had one for about a year and a half. And I wanted to have the Radio Shack DX398, which was more expensive. And the Radio Shack DX398, for those that don't know, is the Sangean ATS 909, the original version. So I didn't have all the cash to pay for the Radio Shack DX398. And my uncle, that was a radio TV repair guy, came over. And he saw the little portable, Grenick portable. And he looked at me and he says, "Oh, you got a little Grenick portable here." I says, "Yeah, I listened to Shortwave with it." So he says, at some point, I don't know why, he just looked at me and says, "You ain't selling it, eh?" And I'm like, well, I'm looking into a new radio, so I might be interested in selling it. So I told him I'd pay $200 for it, and that it was about a year old. And so he says, "How about?" He looks at me and says, "How about I give you $100 for it?" And $100 was exactly what pretty much was missing for me to get the Radio Shack DX398. So I was thinking, okay, if I sell him the radio for $100 now, tomorrow I'll be at the Radio Shack and getting myself a DX398. So I was like, yeah, it's a deal. It's a deal. And so he gave me $100, he gave him the radio. The sad part of the story is that my uncle passed away not even a year after I sold him the radio. And, you know, you don't ask these things. It's like you can't ask somebody that, like, you know, her husband died and is like, well, you know, there's this radio that is in his, you know, shack where he's repairing stuff that I'd like to have back. You don't do that. It's just like, no, I won't go there. It's like, but I look, I know it's horrible, but the whole time at the funeral, I was like, yeah, there's the Grande Yacht Boy 400 in that shack that nobody will ever want. What's going to happen to it? You know, what's going to happen with the shack and what's in there? Maybe there's other radios in there, but I couldn't work up the courage. I was like, well, you know, she purchased a radio from me and blah blah blah, and yeah, look, you can't go there. I couldn't imagine doing that. But, you know, years later, I'm like, yeah, I wonder what happened to it, where it is. Is it a dumpster somewhere because, like, they just dumped all the stuff somewhere? Did somebody at least buy it? Did somebody at least enjoy it? I don't know what happened to it. Cat cans. I downloaded an Android app called Spectroid in it. And if I hold my radio up to it, it does like an RF scan. That's not something that can pick up those data signals, right? Like Interpret does. So Spectroid. What is that? Spectroid. What does it do exactly? So you're talking about a scan. I'm talking about a scan. Spectroid. Do I have it here on the Android App Store? What does that do? Spectroid. Spectroid for Android. Okay, it's an audio spectrum analyzer. Actually, I'm going to install it. And, okay, Spectroid open while using the app. Oh, look at that. It reacts to my voice right now. I don't know if you, yeah, look at that. 1, 2. Okay, play. One, two. Wow, it analyzes the spectrum. This is interesting because you can see that it actually does react to everything I say. So this is kind of interesting. I'm going to have to check this out. It analyzes the spectrum. And what does it have? Settings. Audio display. I don't know exactly. I'll have to check that out. It analyzes, so you can see it's a little bit like a spectrum analyzer, but for audio. It doesn't seem like it can really decode or anything, but it's kind of interesting. It will definitely show you the same waveform as an audio with CAT cans of whatever those signals are. So you would recognize, just like an SDR, you would recognize probably the types of signals you're having with that kind of spectrum analyzer thing. It's interesting. Yep, RGA Dakota. That's why the interval signals existed back in the day. But if you were in the middle of a transmission, you wanted to, I would like to know what's on 15125, but yeah, when you're in the middle of the transmission, you won't hear anything, and if there's tons of stations back in, it's like try to find 15125 in the middle of 50 other stations, all 5 kilohertz apart. My WX50, my upgrade from the analog DX160 to digital frequency Kenwood R1000 was amazing. I still love tuning across the dial on DX160 though. There's something about the analog's dial that is kind of interesting. I remember when I got the DX302, I would sometimes still go back to the DX100 to listen to a program, because for some reason there was something cool about it. RGA Dakota, I still want in mind. Well, that's the fun part of this old Westinghouse International radio. It's fun to just tune around and, know approximately where you are. Of course, it's not the same thing as today, I can tell you that. Cat cans, if you guys are looking for old books, always search titles, author, and the word PDF. Yeah, sometimes you find some really interesting stuff in there. For sure. For sure. Now there's these books from back in the day that we see, and today we're thinking of, man, what was that book from the day? Mindbend, nice to have you here. John Beckham, nice to have you on board, and loves his Seawood on R108. Absolutely, it's a great little radio. Jim Gordon has the buzzer buzzing in on 4625. So maybe we should check it out. It's still daylight a little bit outside, so it's a little early now. Fred Water, in virtual, you don't have to wear pants. Hey, I'm not wearing pants. Yes, I am. Oh, God. Kevin Michael, I'm having snacks and listening to you in shortwave. Yeah, the same thing here. CC, always appreciate the show. Nice to have you here. WO8 USA. Mad Reader DXer. I agree. This is a great group. I have seen other radio groups, and they are either gatekeepers, too toxic, or about M7EIW. Nice to have you here. D. Scott Dayton, KC2CAD. Nice to have you here from North Boston, New York. David in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? EA3IEK. Nice to have you here. SWLEA4998URE. Pretty cool to have you on board. Kevin Michael S13264. The weather volunteer from Vancouver in SSB. Here, usually on 13264, we get, I think it's Shannon. Let me check it out here for you or something. 13. Yeah. Thirteen two six four, which is exactly the Shannon Volmet in Ireland. So if you guys hear it with that woman voice, it's interesting. I don't have a listing here of a Kevin Michael of a Vancouver Volmet weather station. Kevin Michael, can you match what I hear, what you hear, even though there's a delay? Aren't you hearing maybe Shannon in Ireland? Because this is Shannon Volmet in Ireland. Boston Patriot, the Zenith Transoceanics Royal 7000s from the 60s, 70s. I mean, they look like amazing radios. I wish I would have a possibility to play with some of them or try them out. They are well rated in general. You're reminding me I need to go to the tomorrow. I should actually note this and force myself tomorrow, kick my butt to do it, to go to the flea market here that's just 15 minutes away from here. And they have a kiosk there that has, the guy has probably more than 100 receivers, and he's got some of those transoceanics. And every time I go there, it's like I drool over all this stuff that it was like, if I had a unlimited, and if I had a really, really huge house where I could do a museum of radio, I would be like, I want to have your radios. I want to, and the guy is specialized. He cleans them up, fixes them, changes the capacitors, makes sure they're in top shape, and they're all clean, beautiful. There's a lot of money, but it'd be cool because I want to go there and I want to ask him if I could maybe make a video of his radio. And I don't know if he speaks English because he's very French Quebecois, French Canadian. So I don't know if he speaks English. If he does, I think you guys would probably have a great time if he could, maybe I could interview and have a little tour of the radios and all the little stories maybe that he has around them. So that'd be kind of cool. Kevin Michael, my favorite radio of all time. I don't have a favorite radio of all time. I mean, I think the favorite radio shifts with time. I have so many that I've shifted my favorite radio from time to time. You know, I mean, my favorite radio for a long time was the Kenwood R5000 until we're now here. And I mean, I love SDRs. The best tabletop of all time, the Yaesu FTDX10. This thing kicks butt on the Kenwood R5000, on the ICOM ACR 8500. It's obviously newer technology. It's a hybrid technology that has a mix of an SDR and a mix of a real radio. It has little features like that noise reduction that helps out. I do not pinpoint a favorite radio because that puts a specific radio in a highlight where because I say it all the time, no radio is perfect. I can't say there's a favorite radio. There's many radios that I love that are in my vicinity all the time. Texan PL990, H501X, now the Shoyoung LC90, but the SDRs are close all the time. The Yaesu is always on. I mean, this Yaesu, I'm going to tell you guys, this Yaesu is, 2.5 years old, maybe, now? When did I buy it? 2, so I got 21, 22, 25, 2.5 years old, roughly. And this thing has been on almost every day for like 12 to 15 hours a day, every single freaking day. I wake up in the morning, get in my office to do stuff here, my YouTube videos and so on. First thing I do is turn this on and tune frequencies and stuff. And sometimes I just put the volume low, leave it in the background. So, my new favorite radio, the Yaesu FTDX10 is an amazing radio, but it's, I can't pinpoint something in particular. There's a bunch of radios I love, and I think it's much more like that. ISL, have my Texan S2200X, and do not need anything else. No, you don't. You got a great radio there. Shortwave listening signals. Michelle, beside the dual antenna feature, is the RSPDX worth upgrading from the RSP1A or RSP1B? Will it bring in more stations? It won't bring any more stations. Let's be very fair. No, it won't bring any more stations. It's an upgrade for two things. They did do a good job in improving medium wave, long wave, maybe. If you're on the RSP1B, you probably even have a better radio than the RSPDX original. The revision 2 is actually better because they changed things, and it shows. The SDR Play network that I have here is kind of an RSPDX revision 2, and it shows the lower frequencies, images are gone. They fixed that, and that's a really good thing because that was kind of maybe of the biggest flaw of the SDR Play devices was the images it gets in the lower frequencies. So if you don't really know much about radio, you might think you're hearing stuff that actually are not there. So the latest versions are actually better, definitely better, honestly. But apart from the fact that there's multiple antenna inputs, some improved dynamic range in the lower frequencies. If you got an RSP1A already, you got a great SDR anyway. It's really much more of a personal, well, should I move on to something more? That's more of the question, honestly, because no, you're not going to get stations you're not getting on the others. For the most part, no. It's like people, I got a question this weekend by email. I got a Sony ICF 2010. I'm thinking of a Texan H501X. Will it be better? It depends what you mean by better. Better, yeah, I got a few things that are kind of cool. The bandwidths, the extra bandwidths are kind of cool. FM stereo is kind of cool. Things like that. But honestly, and very precise frequency tuning with calibration. These things are kind of cool. But if you're asking me, is it better because I'm going to get something I'm not getting in my Sony? No. What you get on your Sony, or what you get on the H51X, you're going to get on your Sony. There ain't, in a radio of that caliber, there isn't I will hear better or more things. No. You won't hear it better and you won't hear more things. There's a few more bells and whistles, yeah, but why? No, you're okay. It's fine. You don't need to buy a new radio. John Beckham says, lots of us here shall have many, many different radios. That's our hobby. Yep. Matthew Fernald, it seems a little bit less noisier now that I plugged into my old iPhone charging block. I'm going to keep trying to make the signals come in. They're still pretty weak. The idea is to compare. So, if you can't put a piece of wire, compare a piece of wire to the MLA30. But if you're not receiving well, something's not right. Bruce Covert, nice to have you here in 9BH. Whitney, there's an amazing story. That's an amazing story. We tend to limit ourselves with your thoughts. Yeah. There's so many things we do in life that are, you never know. Fred Water, life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. Yep. Kevin Michael, 17150. Yeah, that one I think is from 17 is Point Reyes, California, if I'm not mistaken. 17 150. Oh, well, 150 is higher though. Oh, Point Reyes, where's Point Reyes? So there's New Orleans facts on 17146. But it's interesting. You got weather facts. This is interesting. But I know there are weather facts. I've seen a few posts of weather facts on frequencies where there's nothing listed, which is kind of interesting. John Mecca, XH Data D219, can beat for the low price. This is what's cool today is for a very, very low price. You can, it's very inexpensive. You're in the hobby. You listen to radio. It's just so cool. Little break here to just say that if you like what I do, I'm here every week, Saturday. Could be surprised sometimes. If you like what I do and you like the fact that, my channel I try to maintain, I have much, my goal in March is to make more videos of all sorts of things on the channel, including, using each radio and explaining features. If you, this is my job, this is my living, this and my tech channel. If you like what I do and want to help out, do think about a donation. It does help a lot. It could be through the super chat here. It could be through PayPal. Pizza Fund, because, hey, nothing like a starving man doing a live show. So the PayPal Pizza Fund is there to help out with that. And it makes me eat a nice juicy pizza after the live show happens. Actually, I did it live once. But if you like what I do, don't hesitate, please. And don't forget, it's not always to the same people to donate. And added bonus, if you donate whatever amount, next week you're in the drawing for 2 CIDX memberships for 1 year. And it's a great radio club. And I do the utility column and the messenger bulletin, and bulletin is really nice. You get that every month too. you're part of a club, part of a gang, and you have a CIDX Zoom meeting every month, you can join. Why not? It's kind of cool. So 2 memberships next week will be in a drawing. 2 people will win. Hope you enjoy. So thanks for your donations. It's much appreciated. Also, the donations go towards buying new radios and expanding, like buying a new camera, like I did now, and having 2 things. I want to install the other camera. Actually, I need to install the computer in a different way because I want to install both cameras. So if I can, if I'm showing like the icon here, what I want is a camera that shows the icon from up close. So if I'm talking about I'm hearing something from the icon, let's zoom in, let's move to that camera and so on. Well, all of that is a lot of money, and you know what? Nothing's free in life. It costs me also extra for a good internet connection, better computers, and all of that. Well, you can help out with all of this. Thanks for your donations. You guys are great. Love you all. Thanks for everybody that donated. I mean, I have like I say all the time, an amazing gang of people here. Thank you so much. Okay, what else do we have? We have Shortwave archive, an open carry on 4835 from Netherlands SDR. 4835, is there anything there? 4835. Nope, nothing listed. There's Shortwave Australia. But it's 04 to 17, so it can't be that. Interesting. Interesting. The mysteries of Shortwave. Max S. Strong loves this passive loop, the MFJ 1786. Cool. Ajay Dakota, D219. That's no portable for what it is. I was actually surprised when I heard the AM Pirate last night, 6220 on the 219. Cool. Yep, CHU is playing on the soothing sounds of CHU time signals are playing on the ICOM SDR 8500 right here. Ken Michael, Communications World and S9 when I was in grade school. Ken Michael says I brought my radio books to school. My teacher caught me reading it. Fred Water, my first radio book was published by Radio Shack, and then I found the World Radio TV Handbook at the library. Man. Ken Michael, Solar System, favorite subject in school. Yeah, the ARRL is still around. They got tons of books and tons of publications. Absolutely. The ARRL is still big. Unfortunately, they have a hard time kind of connecting with the real world because apparently they have a warehouse full of books, and so many times there are different options offered to them about these books could be at any amateur radio fair or whatever, or any ham fest, and they kind of are a little hard in trying to convince. You could have these books at a place where AM radio operators are. They might buy them. But yeah, the RRL is still going strong. David, similar with Michelle, I used to rent aviation and space books and VHF tapes from the local library all the time. To this day, I'm convinced they kept them and added new ones just because of me. It's like, there's one guy taking that book all the time. It was worth it. If one guy took that book out 4 times, 5 times, you know what? It was worth it for the library to get it. It changed the life of somebody forever. One of the books that I got there that was so amazing in the electronics section, I still remember. And by the way, guys, I'm almost 30 minutes behind, and I'm trying to get down as fast as possible. They had a book. I was 14, ish, 15. I already had tons of things at home. The book was titled, How Can You Not Be Interested If You're a Little Geeky? 50 Experiments You Can Do with Things at Home. And I was like, oh, that's for me. And I started looking through it. And okay, they were asking for stuff that not everybody has. But because I was geeky and in electronics and all, I was like, well, I've got a lot of stuff that they're asking for, so let's bring it home. So I remember making a magnet with batteries and with a nail and making an electromagnet. Like that was my first electromagnet ever. I was so amazed. Making a compass out of a needle with like a wooden wine cork that floats. It's like, you just magnetize a needle and so on. But there was tons of little experiments in that book that were like so much fun. And it's like, that one was also like, well, it's your fourth time now. It's like, I know, I like it. I want to do the experiments again. Aizel says CB antenna on the kitchen roof. Yeah, I did that a lot. I had a 102-inch once, and I would hook it up to my shortwave radios. Kevin Michael, my most wanted radio in grade school was the Realistic Patrolman multiband. Oh, I still remember when my dad came home with the with this. When my dad came home with this, I don't know, for those that owned it, there's two bulbs here that give it a weird orangey glow to the display. It was so kind of mysterious and wonderful at the same time, Here in Montreal, my Radio Shack did not have a lot of stuff in terms of books or magazines. There was no magazines. They had a couple of books that were their own books about, like, using a multimeter and stuff like that. And at the last years of Radio Shack here, they actually had the passport to World Band Radio, which surprised me. MB Slater, got my first EQSL card last night after listening to a pirate station and emailing them. Thanks to teaching me where to look for pirate radio stations. Cool. Yeah, Passport to World Band Radio. That was the book. I mean, I would wait for that book every single year. I was so happy to get it. It was just so cool. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. World. I probably have a couple of old ones here somewhere. I need to check out. Yeah, the S2200X gives you a lot of options. Oh yeah, the Passport to World Band. I would buy for many years. I would buy the Passport and the WRTH together. Max says, "I'm giving my radios to Shell before I die. I'll take them with pleasure, and I will honor them, and you will be up there knowing that they are in a good home." Dan V, thank you so much. Take care, and AWJZ from Ohio. Post-numerous donation. I'm gonna go to court with that text, that chat here. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but Mr. Max Estrong, monitoring times done royal. Well, there's an equivalent. Monitoring times. A lot of the editors are in the Spectrum monitor, so if you don't mind that it's a electronic publication, the spectrum monitor is essentially the monitoring times of today. It's just that you get it as a PDF publication. Spectrum Monitor, great publication. Yeah, cat cans, exactly. It analyzes the audio. No, I don't think it, well, you know what? I don't think it can interpret the signal really. I think it's just analyzing and showing you a cool display of what it looks like. RGA Dakota, Sony, and Magnavox had big booklets that had a lot of information about shortwave radio that came with their respective devices. Yeah. Nice headstrong. I think I would have asked her about the radio, but yeah, you know, I don't know. It was kind of sensitive. I don't know. You know, you want to really do that? It's like, yeah, you're grieving. You're grieving. It's like, no. I'll pass. I'll pass. It's like, you know. Well, you know what, cat cans? I can tell you one thing. You could recognize signals through the audio portion of it. That's for sure. Kevin Michael, 22475 right now, CW right now. Let's check it out. Jeff King, nice to have you on board from Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, I think you're, Kevin Michael, you're hearing Shannon, Ireland. Because I don't have any listing of Vancouver on the frequency. Kevin Michael now has the running satellite 800 as the best radio. Bert 13264 coming into Virginia off the beverage. World of Radio 8200. What are the best old school HF rigs? I think it's the FT 1000D, I guess it would be. Mario DXer, your FTDX10 received my FT8 signal at 20 watts, testament to how great it is. Well, you know, conditions were good, and it was kind of cool. It was really, really cool. Robert Fletcher, what's your opinion on the Sony ICF 70 Shortwave 77? I don't have one because I never really tested one, but I remember what it looks like, and it's kind of a cool little radio. Question for Jill. Have you used the SDR Uno schedule? I've had a lot of problems with it. Sometimes locks up or won't do repeated recordings. I've never tried it. I would have to try it and see how it works here. HSNH. My favorite radio, the Rockwell 17C12 with American tubes, is a boat anchor. Hans in the Netherlands, nice to have you here. Yeah, well, you know, there are favorites of heart too in there. You know, I mean, there are things like my favorite because I love it more than because of a logical reason of why. Although the Rockwell receivers are known to be some of the best out there. And they're beautiful. I mean, you know, like I said, if I had a possibility of a radio museum, I'd love to have some of those. And they'll all always be in perfect working order, and I would be tuning them Bert says, my old Sony SCF 2010, for the most part, receives everything that modern ones do. I agree. It mostly comes down to if the old radio is still in good shape. Yeah, pretty much. The good old radios are good. And you don't really need to have a new one, necessarily. But the new ones have, all sorts of new bells and whistles that could be of interest to people. Fredwire, looking through my first shortwave radio book, published 76. I got it in 1978 when I was 17 years old. Need to try for Radio Netherlands 6165. I like that. Yeah, because we're new to the hobby. We don't know. It's like we have these listings. And back in the day, the listings of what's available are so huge that you guys don't understand. When you look at one of them and see all the radio stations and the frequencies, you're overwhelmed. What am I going to choose tonight? Because at 0UT, I got 48 stations to choose from in English. And I don't know which one I'm going to choose or I can actually hear. So you're kind of overwhelmed by the amount of info. Dave Neweyer, N0KM, nice to have you on board, my friend. Matthew Fernald, I'm going to try and explain everything that I have with the antenna to make sure that I've got everything I need. Don't be sorry about it. Do share. We're here to help you. We want to help you out. That's for sure. Thanks, Bird WF7IM Brew. Much appreciated. And there's a few others that have, including Nicole in the UK. Nicole, thank you for the donations. All of you through PayPal. Thank you so much. I've got a big long wire with a little connector at the end attached to the item on the bottom. I've got a small little short wire and a small little power supply. Okay. Oh, it's great, Shortwave Archive. I found it really interesting to look at. The map is really, really cool. Thank you, Penny C, for the starving man. I like that. For the starving man, here's a donation. This is good. Gary24 fan, nice to have you on board from Fort Fairfield, Maine. WSI Homebrew, one of my first radio books was the 1982 ARRL handbook. I still have it for nostalgia. It was way over my head at 10 years old, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We enjoyed, when somebody tells me there's nothing better than an actual book, I totally get it. Because my best memories of life is having a nice big book in my hands and that I'm reading, giving me information about things I love to learn. And back in the day, I remember I got we'll stand it here at my, okay? I'll continue the phrase, a big after World War II Canadian Army radio that I got. We're going to continue with that phrase in a few seconds. I need to go and see if I'm a little man, which I probably should be. And I will be back in a few seconds. I'm leaving you with the soothing sounds of Shannon Volmet from Ireland. I'll be back in a few seconds. So, I am back to the future, or back from the past on Shortwave. So, story about that big radio and books and stuff. There was a, that was the craziest thing ever, but it was over my head. It was too heavy. It was so, what do you do? I wish I had one picture, one single picture of a World War II-ish. It was maybe a little later. I would say that radio was probably more in the 50s, 40s or 50s. It was a Canadian, it was an official Canadian Army transceiver. It was a transceiver, but the transmitting tube was out of the radio. It only was receiving when I got it. So that radio, it was a huge radio in a metal rack, 2 parts, power supply and speaker at the top, the big radio capable of single sideband at the bottom, and with a little green, that little green eye that shows a signal with a V. So I got that. I was maybe 14. My father went to see one of my cousins. He had that and it didn't work, and he's like, I don't know what to do with this. It weighs 10 tons, and it weighed tons. It was so heavy. So he thought, well, you know what? This is so cool. I'm going to bring this home. So he gets home and he asked me, he says, I need help to bring this heavy stuff upstairs. And I'm like, okay. And then we put it in the rack and all, and it doesn't work. So my father kind of figured out it doesn't work. Maybe I can figure out why it doesn't work. He knew I was smart, So I started looking around, and I go in the back, and it's like, fuse. I unscrewed the fuse, and it's like, well, the fuse is burned. That's a start. So I look at it, and it was like a 5 amp fuse or something. I look at my little boxes, because I had fuses. So I look at my little boxes, and I'm like, oh, I got a 5 amp here. Let's put it, put it in, screw it back, switch it on. First thing that happens is the little red light turns on. It's like, oh, the little red light turns on. And after 30 seconds, static in the speaker. I put an antenna on it. I put my long wire antenna on it, and I started receiving all these shortwave stations. And the funniest part is my father tells my cousin, it's like, oh, brought it home and, Jill fixed it. And my cousin's like, well, can I have it back? No, too late. It's like, you couldn't figure out to fix it? I'm sorry, but now is radio. It's like, nothing I can do. That radio was great. One of the best receivers for the time, even though it was a tube radio and all. Man, it was so amazing. Single sideband tuning was... Actually, I had the DX302 and I had my DX100, and that tube radio was better at tuning single sideband than any of them. So I had that, but what was cool is it became with a rack, and in the rack there was a drawer that you could pull out, which became kind of a table at the same time. I open it up, and there's tons of books. Canadian Marine, Communications. I mean, the books are old. Obviously, you see just by it, but they're official Canadian Marine books. I mean, they have this like golden kind of seal on top, and it's like, these are the official Canadian Marine stuff. And for me, it was like, this is so cool. I got, official Marine, 1960s or 50s of Marine stuff, but I didn't care. It was so freaking cool to just have these books, and it's like, oh, these are interesting. I remember reading them from, the beginning to end. It was like, this is so interesting, and so on. But the biggest regret, if I have any freaking regret, the biggest regret as a radio geek, it's why I departed from that radio. Because obviously that thing was amazing and was very special. I remember because the reason why we departed is that it almost caught on fire. Okay, the power supply part at the top started making smoke and everything, and it's like at some point there's flames, and like, okay, it's never gonna work again. And we ended up putting it outside of the garbage. And it took, I don't think it took more than 10 minutes for some guy in a pickup truck to look at it and come back 2 minutes later with another friend and just put it on the pickup truck and go away with it. And it's like, I totally understand. It looks so cool. Did it ever work again? I don't know. That I would be curious to know if it ever was fixed and worked again. But... and then again, it's like, I could not have imagined myself moving that 100-pound thing around when I moved out. But I wish at least I had some pictures of that darn thing. I don't, and I don't know what it was. I don't know the model number, don't remember. But I wish I did, because I wanted to know more today about it. Joseph's got WWCR 13845 pretty well. SWAT Cats, I still have all the Forest M3 Mini Electronics Engineers notebooks. Cool. Scouter Phoenix, nice to have you on board from Colorado, literally listening while sitting in the snow in the mountains on a hike. I hope you stay hot. Hope you stay warm. Very important. John Mackin, my antenna on the back top of my car is either not ground or I need a new bass amplifier that the rubber ducks cruise into. FM is weak and no AM signal. Yeah, it might not be grounded. In today's cars, you never know. It's not like, when in the 1980s, cars were all metal everywhere. 27826. Figure it out. 27826. I don't know, but we can see their stuff down here. Look at that. And that 27695, something in Spanish. I mean, for the time, there's still a lot of activity on the upper bands, actually. Lots of stuff here. Hey, Daniel Marc Leblanc, nice to have you on board. Our things in Quebec, pretty cool. We are just now recovering from a major snowstorm that left enough snow that we haven't seen in 80 years. But for the rest, normal life. Nice to have you here. Been a long time. From the Shediac River, New Brunswick. Cat Cans, thanks for looking into it. I thought I was onto something with that app, but there's no subtitle for the real technology. Substitute for the real technology. Yep. WF79 Homebrew 9620 ERM coming in. Jeff K, nice to have you on board. I hope the snow's melted. N2 ZNN. When I was a kid, I read somewhere submarines are on very low frequencies. I thought if you put an antenna on the water, you could listen to them. Yeah, and it doesn't go very far. You know, like, for example, we were talking about, you know, when that little submarine imploded to go see the Titanic, I remember the name of it. People are asking what are frequencies at that depth. When you're down at the Titanic level, there are no radio frequencies that can travel there. Zero. The only way that communication happens between them is through sound waves. Sound waves travel better in water than in the air. So what happens is that everything that is exchanged between a Titanic level sub and the boat is sound waves. You're sending sound waves. It's the only way you can communicate. There is absolutely no radio frequency that goes down that deep. Scatter Phoenix now wishes he'd bought a radio and wire on the... Come on, what were you thinking? Going on a hike, going somewhere in, you know, wilderness and not even having a radio? That's the first thing I think of. Hey, I'm going to that place nowhere. I need a radio. Swatcats, I was wondering what the future of radio will be like. Will there be a new meter band and radio frequencies discovered? You know, Jay Waterston 69, nice to have you here. London 19657, thank you for the tip, much appreciated. You know, what's the future of radio? What is scary of the future of radio, and we've seen it with higher frequency ranges, is this deal where we think that countries can sell out radio spectrum to big companies, when in reality radio spectrum isn't a entity or something you could really sell. It was invented. We never thought about the spectrum as money before. If we go back, we just add, oh, this is a spectrum for this and that and that. And now suddenly, today, we're in radio spectrum is for sale. What do you mean for sale? So, you know what's scary about the future is, where will that stop? Will someday someone somewhere say, oh, this spectrum of shortwave, you know, there's not that much now anymore, but we could sell it for international communications, but Yeah, but who deals with that? It doesn't, it makes no sense. It's a way for governments to make tons of money, absolutely. But Spectrum cannot be, in my point of view, Spectrum cannot be sold for money. Spectrum is not a money thing. Spectrum is just radio frequencies that exist out there that are open to everyone. I'm torn between a thing that I remember seeing a pirate was telling me, the radio spectrum isn't owned by anybody. Now, to avoid chaos, we have made a set of rules. And countries have made a set of rules where you need to be licensed to use. I need to be licensed to use the ham bands. We decided on these set of rules. But there's a lot of people that are like, well, radio frequencies are there and there shouldn't be, rules for, like, to prevent people from using them. I always thought, you know what? In all fairness, how about, okay. Part of the spectrum is used in a way that is regulated. Maybe there should have been a place for this is free band. Here are some frequencies that are free band. Want to do something, do it in there, whatever. But, business is business. I know a lot of business would not like that because, like, well, they could, but whatever. Let's not go too far in there. But, yeah, I get it. But at the same time, the funniest part is, when I talk about pirate radio sometimes, I'm like, pirate radio is, what's funny about pirate radio is seeing people that actually pirate radio stations that are just so well disciplined on where to broadcast and avoid interfering with. It's like they're not chaos. Pirate radio stations are not chaos. They're ordered and they're orderly. They knew what frequency to use to not interfere with anybody else. It's just so funny. Just so funny when I look at that. It's like, yeah, better behaved than a lot of, radio transmissions and stuff. Fred Water, I listen to Radio Netherlands almost every day. Such fun programming. Yeah, happy station. Yeah. Jim Gordon, I love listening to Radio Netherlands. However, because Scotland quite close to Holland, we could have problems with short skip. Yeah, that happened a lot. Radio Prague, still on the air via WRMI, by the way. For those that don't know. Smiles across the miles. I like that. Smiles across the miles. Oh, man. Yeah, Swiss Radio International. The Shortwave merry-go-round. Yep, absolutely. That was kind of cool. Costa Rica, when I welcome aboard RFPI, Radio for Peace International. But in the same name, do you guys remember Radio for Peace International in Costa Rica? So this is Radio for Peace International, I believe based in France. Bienvenue, mon ami. Nice to have you here. Popcom, monitoring times, yep. These were great. Marshall received 0.1 to 3 WK. No, K. That's a K180 WLA. You have a K30 WLA? Okay. E53, nice to have you here from upstate New York. Okay, Michael, 27825 Michigan coming in. Might be BL330 and D808 for my first SSB radio. If you don't need airband and don't care for RDS on FM, PL330 is better. Personally, I think PL330 is better. Danny Mark LeBlanc's got an Alec Crafters S38C. Incredible how many channels I receive on that thing with just a store purchase long wire. Cool. You know, it's like this Westinghouse International. I mean, it is not as sensitive. I can notice that it is not as sensitive as my other receivers here, but it is sensitive enough to get a big majority of every signal out there. It's just, and of course, you know, these big radios with the rich sound of the big speaker, it's kind of cool to listen to. Makes me want to plug this in after the live show is over and listen on that radio. Hey Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Colorado. Wow, almost 21 Celsius. Wow. I'm going to try to show you something, guys. I have a picture. So I found a picture of my mom from 19... Yeah, well, yeah, yes and no. The governments do make money on it because if they sell it for $1 billion, the government racks in $1 billion. But you are right in the fact that the people they sell it to make money off of it. So, yeah. Yeah. So, I'm going to try to find a picture. I'm going to show you guys something here. I found a picture of I think it's late 1987, because it's a picture of my mom, and she is in the living room, and I see next to her that I have the Joshua Tree album from U2 on the shelf. So it gives me a date of late 87. But something even more interesting here. So, this is a picture of my mom in 87. I don't know if you guys can see it well enough. Okay. Now, Joshua Tree album is here. My mom is here, but here is part of my shack. This is part of my setup. Now, let's try to zoom in on... Okay, I'm going to download this picture, save the phone, and I'm going to go and zoom in on this. Okay, guys? If we zoom in on it, this is the zoom. You know when I told you the old Army radio? And it had this rack with this drawer that you could pull out? This is the drawer you could pull out. This is the drawer you could pull out. And look at that, I got pennants here. One of them is Radio RSA. Look at that, these are the pennants. Look at my DX302. It's here. I got the Navajo base station here. I got a Radio RSA pennant. Another one is, I can't really make it out. But you have here a freaking good idea of what my setup looked like. It's the only picture probably that shows this clearly enough. My setup back in 1987. Realistic DX302. Navajo CB base station, the pennants of shortwave, all the stickers out there. And if you would continue off the screen here, it continues to, I would have my, you see this chair? There's a chair here. This chair is because my Commodore computer is in front of it. So it's like, wow. This at the bottom, I know, is a Radio Argentina al Exterior sticker that was there. Man, I wish I wish I had a picture, a clear picture of what this is. A really clear picture. Because I got to say, that picture, when I saw the corner, I was like, oh man. Okay, so it's late 1987. That's part of my shack. Or my setup. WSI Homebrew, there's VLF transmitters way down to 25 kilohertz, Cutler, Maine. I can hear 24 hours. Yep. But even those 25 kilohertz, once you're at the depth of like the Titanic, nothing's going there. They have to be, they can't go down below a certain level in the ocean to be received. Please, cat cans, don't talk about that, okay? It's what you're saying about that evil billionaire, blah, blah, is too close to politics, okay? Let's keep it just mum. Daniel Marc Leblanc, I actually had the opportunity. There were several things about the International Space Station and shuttle space missions too. I had the privilege of knowing in advance a space shuttle mission where they would talk to a school over amateur radio in northern Vermont. Because it's close enough, I could hear the astronauts on my scanner radio asking or answering the questions of the students. I could not hear the students because obviously it was ground level in Vermont, but I could hear the astronauts replying back, and it was cool because the astronauts would repeat the question, then give an answer, so I would know, okay, this is cool. So I heard that, which lasted like 15 minutes. Same also with the International Space Station astronauts. Again, with I think it's another time with a northern Vermont school contact. Then I also had, and I have the story with that, which is just so funny. I had the there was, for those that remember, when there was a space shuttle up, there was a rebroadcast on the amateur bands, WA3NAN, the Goddard Space Center amateur radio station, would always rebroadcast all the audio of the communications between the space shuttle and the Johnson Space Center, something like that. So, anyways, all communications were on amateur bands, and I remember I had a blast. When the shuttle would go up, I would tune my radio, I would tune my Kenwood R5000 to the space shuttle frequency on the amateur band, and it was like, just listen to it for hours at a time. And the funny story about that is, when you want to have a check, I'm sorry about that phrase, but when a guy wants to have his woman, he's gonna be prepared for everything. And my brother comes home with his new girlfriend, and he wants to impress her in some way. So first of all, he says, this is my brother. He's like a really super intelligent geek and blah blah. And it stays like that for a while. And I have my Kenwood R5000 playing the audio of the space shuttle, and he just looks at his girlfriend and says, "Look at my brother, so intelligent. He's listening to the space shuttle on his radio." And I still remember, I did tell my brother after a couple of days, says, "You're trying to impress your chick with my listening of the space shuttle on the radio. You don't even freaking care about my radio. You never did. But, oh, look at that. My brother is listening to the space shuttle." It's like, yeah, okay. That's a way to do it. You know, it's part of the things that is just so, like, freaking interesting. Oh, man. Yeah, the FCC sold us the TV spectrum. Absolutely. Absolutely. James Farley, switching power supplies don't need licenses. Yeah, that is true. Codera found a Sony ICF 2002 at an estate sale. Impressed with the quality of the sound. Cool. They tried to troubleshoot a fax machine or some such in space. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Radio for Peace and Progress. Oh, what was the question? I lost the question. Let me go. Where's the question? Oh. I saw a video what I wished I did when I started Morse. He advised never writing or dots and dashes, but just listening. Oh yeah, if you want to learn if you want to learn Morse code, you don't write the dots and dashes. Think about listening, like learning a language as a same thing as Morse code. Morse code is a language. Honestly, Morse code is a language. You don't write down the dashes or anything. You just listen and slowly associate each freaking letter with whatever dots and dash they are. It's the only way you're going to be able to really, really get the hang of Morse code. It's clearly just, it's clearly just learning a language. I'm at that state too. Skip N2EI send me this. I'm gonna bring it back here because it's on the chair. But it's, you know what, this seems to be pretty good. If you want to learn, if you have a CD, this is actually not that bad. It's the ARRL Morse Code Learning CD. It tries to give you, it repeats a lot because it tries to give you a sense of your brain wiring into what each Morse code letter is into. But you know what? You don't have to do that. If you have a smartphone, there are apps for learning Morse code, and even online. I'm trying to remember here. Let me check it out. Morse code online. Here we go. You know what? This website, okay, is an interesting. So you could set it up on your phone, or you can try it on the desktop as a demo. Okay, this is a way to try to have you learned Morse code? And the website is here. So remember, Morse code is like a language. You have to go beyond the barrier where you're trying to figure out what a dot and a dash is meaning. Just like when I learned English, I don't try to understand what word you just said. My brain is already wired for it. I know what it means. And the same is for Morse code. That's the way it happens. Um, 27375 contact between Northern California. But there's a lot of activity right now. If I look at this, like if I go down, look at that. There's a lot of stuff. Look at that.
Coward, Camel Jim, Rick, Canadian. Well, I own this frequency in my house, and you own it in your house. So you do with this frequency in your house what you see best, and I'm going to do the same. So we got parity. You got a frequency, I got a frequency. You can do on the frequency what you want to do, and I'll do on my frequency what I'm going to do.
Again, that sounds like 7200. Yeah, these pictures. I mean, when I saw the pictures, like, oh man. So you guys saw my mom. That was my mom. At 87, in 1987, she was 57 years old at that time. But man, I wish I had a better look at my shack too. I mean, it's a cool picture of my mom, that definitely. Old radios. Can I get a Texan 2200X without having to ship one from China, Hong Kong? Nope, and it doesn't matter. You ship it from wherever. If you're not happy, just move on. Okay, Michael, I had everything in the picture back in the 80s. Richard Weiner. I like Richard Weiner chipping in. It's like the MLE30, the little antenna that could. PL330, the little radio that could. All the radios. I got a Navajo working. RJ Dakota had a radio RSA pennant. Yeah. That's so cool. There's a bird says, WSI over cool old photos. Recently unearthed a few of my old photos of my shack. You know what's sad? Is today we take pictures like every freaking second. We got our, phones. We got our digital cameras. It doesn't matter. But back in the day, taking a picture, it had to be a special moment. Because we had to pay to, then get the film developed and all of that. And it was like, so pictures from the day are not as plenty as today. And it's sad because, man, I would have had pictures of all the stuff I had back in the day. So, yeah. Because they do audio, and you know what? Audio apparently, Bert, from what I know, is that audio in underwater goes up to the the Titanic is one of the deepest places in the world. I mean, there's deeper, but that is very deep. The Titanic is extremely deep, and apparently, audio through the water goes all the way down there. It's just that you gotta wait for that transit time of, audio speed. David Nicegel, treasure of a photo. Yeah, man, when I saw it, I was like, oh God. I mean, I saw my mom first. I'm not a coward. But I did see my radios on the corner too. And I was like, oh man, I see part of my shack of the day. This is so cool. I wish I had something else that was more focused on it. Man, that is so crazy. But the funny thing about the battery operated part, David, and I will tell you, is one day we're going up north, and I'm not joking. My dad says, does that radio work on batteries or anything? And I said, yeah, it does. How about we hook it up in the car? And I'm not joking. I think it was 8D batteries. I put 8D batteries in it. I took it off. He plugged it into the car's AM antenna, or the antenna on the, in these cars, there was like this telescopic on the front part of the front part of the car, and we just plugged it in. And it was like, we were going up north, and I was tuning shortwave in the car with a big DX302. That is, if there was a picture of what is the geekiest moment of a radio listener, okay, me and my the DX302 is a big radio. Full of batteries, weighed a ton, plugged into the antenna on a car while we're going somewhere. I don't know if it could be geekier than that for radio, honestly. Honestly, I'm not sure. Dang, that must have been so weird. Okay, I'll be very fair, all radios. No talk about terrorists, about anything, about whatever. This is unaccepted here, unacceptable. Okay? No talk about terrorists. Who cares? We're not talking about that. There is no talk about any of that. Is that very clear? Because if it's not, no more, you'll be banned for life. I have no freaking patience for that. Might be I was looking into contacting the ISS. I didn't know that the Doppler effect. Oh yeah, Doppler actually has a big role to play. As soon as anything goes fast enough, Doppler effect shifts your frequency, and it's crazy. Oh, Penny C. I mean, that is the funniest thing with my brother, because he didn't care. He was always telling me, he's like, oh, you're listening to the static. But he brings home his new girlfriend who's like all proud of, oh, he listens to the space shuttle with that. I was like, yeah. Imagine, Penny C. Do you think, you'd be more interested in someone because it's like, oh, my brother is listening to the space station on that? Oh, come on. Fred Water or shortwave radio is an aphrodisiac. Karen Bidwell, not that much. Take time to do it. Of course, it asks for a lot of stuff, but you know what? Both in the U.S., in Canada, and most countries, you got the question bank that you can go through. And as you're following your course, if you want to follow the course, and I do suggest you do follow the course, because you don't have to, go through the question bank all the time. Slowly but surely, and you'll improve your score at the same time. Kevin Michael got a QSL from W5RRR Houston, Texas, NASA Johnson Space Center in 88. Oh, wow, this is cool. This is cool. Art Don, nice to have you on board. And a mental block in grade school for Morse code, says Michael. Switching power supplies are pirates. That's it. Take care, Mad Reader DXer. Nice to have you on board. Oh yeah, the old man. It's pretty crazy. Shortwave archive. What happens on 7200? Oh, a bunch of nobodies trying to just. It's one of those frequencies that is kind of very avoidable. Let's just call it like that. Richard Wagner, old radios. The PL680 is a nice radio, but the bandwidths, yeah, it's like old radios. They have two bandwidths. There's no, there's no choice or anything. Dr. Mark LeBlanc, from 1967 till 879, NASA had a radio program about a human space program. I remember my dad tuning in on shortwave, listening to the late Carl Sagan speaking about Mars. Yeah. Oh, man. Shortwave archive. Still take pictures with a 35mm camera. Feels like I'm taking pictures that are worth something. Yeah. It's sad because I wish I had more pictures of that good old time, What else do we have? The only place to buy it is an Onco for the S2200. If you're not happy where it comes from, it doesn't matter. An Onco has great service, and you'll have it in like a week. It's really fast. Buck Rogers, I'm a liter vodka in. Whoa. Okay, World War III will kick off with shortwave radio. That's going to be the one. That's going to be the one. Shortwave radio forever after that. What else we have? Yeah. Jeff K., my father allowed me to take my CB on vacation once, and he actually allowed me to drill a hole in his steel car bumper for my whip. Took hours and hours to get a hole right size. Oh, God. Back in the day, I mean, we just, the cars were all made of metal. It just drilled. I remember my dad, one time only, wanted a CB radio. It was like, hey, drill a hole, put the antenna. Who cares? I was like, yeah, okay. Hey, no problem, Lyndon. I'm happy to answer back. But it's just so funny. Richard Wagner, 15190, picking up, but really weak in Northeast Illinois. Okay. Yeah. The worst part about that is really that my brother didn't really care about, shortwave. So, what was your favorite European shortwave? I like Nordic countries. So I would listen to Radio Norway, Radio Sweden, Radio Finland. I like those stations a lot. But, made in the Netherlands was cool. Absolutely. HGJB, I think everybody has a little moment, a little fan moment with HGJB. Come on. That was one of the stations back then that everybody listened to. They were, it was not like today. When I see somebody talking about the religious stations and all, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but today it's like it's a shove it in your face religion. It's like you do this or you're gonna be going in hell, and that's it, and it's over. HGJB had a mandate, and it was officially a mandate of trying to bring us as Christians as possible. But it was soft enough that for somebody like me that does not go there, it's still a decent, listenable station. They had fun programs. And, whoever wants to join that faith or whatever, it's fine. And that was probably what made HTJB a popular station. It went through, I got a message, but it's not shoved in your face in a way that, it's, I don't want to listen to you anymore. It's just like, well, do you know Jesus and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, fine, and I think this is what made HCJB popular. Even people like me were attracted to a lot of the programs that they had. So, it's cool. It's cool. It was done in the right way, I guess. Whatever you want to try to talk about, or the message you want to bring, it's okay. So, James Farley wants to get a T-shirt. No report received. I like that. I want one. Then, you know what? We will all get a no report received T-shirt and go to the Trenton Military Air Force Base and say we want to visit. And all the people there are going to be like, why is this? Why is this? What's the T-shirt you guys are all wearing? Oh no, a non-co is the place to go for any Texan receiver. eBay is not the place to buy Texan radios. A non-co is the place to go. So, oh God, Daniel Marc LeBlanc, imagine drilling a hole in your father's 2025 Tesla today. Oh God, you are going to be in really big trouble. I can tell you that. No report received. Break. This is Trenton Military. Trenton Military. Tomahawk. No report received. Plant antenna. Oh, man. I don't think... she's not in Trenton. That girl... that moment was the best. I need to go back. I want to find... I don't remember how many years that happened of that girl that I called. But that, you know what? I think that would be like, it's like a brick. But that girl when I called and oh man, listening to the Iqaluit station, that was just so great. Hey guys, I'm gonna do two things. I need to go pee. I will order pizza. Go open the door downstairs for the pizza guy. And you know what? We might go into a little transition of being nostalgic, mix of maybe some recordings and and you know what? Talking about good old days. How about we go there a little more tonight? So I will be going to go pee. I do need to. I will leave you with the soothing sounds of soothing sounds of some weird guy on the CB radio, and we'll be back in a few seconds.
You're giving that guy way too much time, man. CQ, Unit 128, the Come Guzzling, powered with Clear Canada. Calling CQ, the Come Guzzling, Clear Canada, Unit 128. This is the Come Guzzling, Clear Canada, calling CQ, Unit 128. Yeah, keep up the good work, that's all I got to say. Down here in Texas, where are you at? Hey, is this 685? I thought you might be 685. He's up there. No, I got the number mixed up. I apologize for that. 685, that's Tom up there in Canada. All right, never mind, man. You're sounding real good out here in Texas right now. Blowing smoke, as they say. I'm great. I've got this Ranger 6, and I'm working myself, and my dog's over here trying to switch the antenna for me as I'm speaking here. That's the number I was looking for right there. All right, brother, take care. God bless. It's been a day or two. 252 out here in the bullpen. We're back on the side. Hey, good evening, man. I hope everything's well with you. I'm feeling ill. I'll tell you what, man, your conditions are working real good right at this moment. I'm turning the house a little bit while I'm talking here, and that might have helped out a little bit. It may have took me completely out of the game, but we'll try it right there anyway. But I'll tell you what, brother, you're sounding good, and you always do. Hey, 73, buddy. Thanks for jumping in. Like I said, I'm not feeling quite up to snuff today. I've spent most of the day just laying down and trying to get over this. It's the thingest flu I've ever gotten, man. It's weird, but anyway, I'm taking these boards. Maybe I'll get over it. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Hey, man, take care of Mr. 409. I think it's Pete, isn't it? I'll be doing that right now. That's all smoking, because I know we all got them. Yeah,
again for it. Yeah, I woke up a while ago from pretty much an all-day nap and couldn't find my dog. He was playing hide and seek with me. I thought he had gotten out of the house somehow. I went over and got my granddaughter to help me look for him, and he was hiding in the house from me. That rascal. He had me worried.
So here we are back. Pizza is ordered. So it should be arriving probably during the show. Would guess. Shoutouts to you, Pid. Okay. Continue on. Okay. So anyways, yeah. Shortwave archive. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, KNLS has somewhat a feel of that too. Absolutely. Index, yeah, I was an Index member. I don't remember my number. I do have a diploma in there of a DX party line interval signal contest that happened at some point. So that was something too. A interval signal contest. But no, for those that don't know, I don't know how many years ago it was, but we had a show that went on for a long time. And it was a Wednesday night, Richard Wagner. And I mean, it was late at night. And we're getting a Iqaluit Navtex transmission out of Nunavut, Canada. And at the first part of the transmission, there were our phone numbers. So I decide out of the blue, let's call the phone number and see what's there. And I'm convinced that these phone numbers at that time, I mean, they must be just, you know, some voicemail that I'm going to leave a message or something. And I get a little stumped because and there's an actual girl at the other end that's like, you know, yeah, Canadian Coast Guard, whatever. And I'm like, and I'm live. I'm like, you know, I can't hang up. I look like a stupid idiot if I do so. So, like, yes, who am I speaking to? And, I mean, the conversation was cool. She was very, very cool. I mean, I could have got into a conversation with someone that doesn't care and just doesn't want to. She was so freaking nice to just participate. I told her that there were people on YouTube watching right now and that we were receiving the Iqaluit station. And she was so nice. One of the nicest people that just like, okay. And the next day was just great. There's a message on the YouTube live show. She left a message saying, "Thank you so much because you made my night last night." It's just so amazing. And I was like, okay. These little things in live that, you know, are just live and it happens and it's like, just deal with it, you know? And I was faced with that. It was like, just deal with it. She's answering, deal with it. Ask her whatever, you know? It's like, you know, be there. Old radio 7200 is more of a recent thing. It's not even back in the day. 7200 today is more of like a new thing in the last few years. Because before that, even though idiots existed on AM radio, they were not necessarily, very. They weren't there. It's like we didn't have tons of idiots everywhere back in the day. We did have some idiots, but it wasn't. They get on the frequency and decide that this is my frequency saying crap. There's a lot of change in that, and I think it goes with the change in the world that we have today also. But man, the one I have here is from Amazon. I chose it because I loved, it has the colors of different countries with different colors. It has to do, I think it's a political map, but I'm not sure. It was like just, I chose it for the beauty of it in a background. Because I got another one there, which is really nice, but it's getting old. Maps is that the problem. I would always have a big map on my wall ever. It's part of a Radio Shack. If you make your own little shack, you need a world map. You need a world map. It's a must. There's nothing like looking at a world map and seeing, wow, I'm listening from there to there, It's just so cool. There's a visual of, wow, this is where I'm getting stuff from, But that one I kind of liked and I just purchased. Yeah, a lot of the Anonco stuff. Some have from Europe, some have shipped from USA, some have shipped from different parts of the world. Depending on their tariffs or the things that they have to, and and for good, buddy. DK2 was wearing my WWV colored shirt at work today and impressed one of my coworkers. Got to tell her about it. I like that. Manuel Gutierrez, nice to have you here from Monclova, Mexico. Is it possible to listen to fast radio bursts coming coming to Earth from deep space, and what frequency? If you're talking about the ones that come from like these supernovas, it's not even in the radio spectrum. I think they're receiving them through their X-ray type radio telescopes. Where they are at, and but if you've got a decent, doesn't need a big dish, but a decent little dish, and the UHF gigahertz spectrum, you might be hearing some quasars. Not quasars. Some. What are they? They are those fast spinning. Not a quasar, those fast spinning, the neutron stars, which send out these little radio bursts. These are possible with a very modest antenna, but it needs to be very directional towards the stars that are the ones that do it the most. Yeah, Matt, pepperoni pizza coming soon. What else do we have? Well, I am drinking. I did have a few beers. Oh, absolutely, Jasmine. She was like not expecting it. And I just wonder how many calls she gets a night. It's probably one of those jobs where like there's like just seldom calls here and there. And then I call and I'm like asking her what what she does and where did I call exactly. And she's super interested in explaining all of it, where she's telling us that the whole of the maritime stuff, the Canadian maritime stuff, if something happens, anything happens, this is the center of Canada for all of that, the traffic and the maritime traffic, and so she's just like blown away by us listening. Like, I mean, she was she was the greatest girl ever. I mean, man, I don't know if she still works there. I don't know if she still works there. Yeah, many frequencies are toxic, unfortunately. A lot of stuff, toxic stuff, the happening in this, environment. One of the things I really, really wanted to know, 14313 is about equivalent to 7200 old radios. Pulsars, yeah, there you go. Pulsars, Swatcats, exactly what I'm searching for. Um, you know, what do I want to say? I want to say something about a comment I've seen that I forgot. Oh, yeah. So anyways, pulsars, yeah. Then like blah blah. I have an old Mechanics Illustrated magazine from 45 with an ad for Ali Crafter's S38 receiver. Sold for $49.50. Imagine that would cost in today's dollars. So let's check it out. $49.50 in what? 1945. Okay, let's check it out. 1945. So 39.50, 1945 worth today. Okay, 39.50 worth today would be, according to the results, $510. So it'd be a oh, do send it Shortwave archive. We are going to do some interval signals. Yeah, we will. And I'll end up with my dancing, Moscow nights. If you guys want it, I'll be happy to do it. I'm in the mood for dancing Moscow nights. So 510. I mean, it's expensive. It's expensive, but it's doable. The question is, because I asked what it's worth today, but I think there's a different question we need to ask. Is $49.50 more difficult to pay in 1945 than $510 today? Because that's a different question. The value of it over time, or the value of it over the average wage of the day and today. What is that difference to? That's the thing. Chair dancing Moscow nights says yes, says Mike WX50. Jasmine, yep, chair dancing, wavy arms, Moscow nights. When he just ran into the adapter for my MLA 30PL230 radio about it and made it easy to order. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope that's what I want with my channel, as much as possible. Oh man. So this is cool. So waiting for my pizza. We're gonna start and we're gonna do some. I'm just gonna wait 5 minutes because I want to see if all of you are or not hearing Radio Thailand English service coming up in a few minutes. Don't forget super chat if you want to do a little something and help me out. This is the place to be. I'm going to go here. Google Chrome. Okay. And if you want to help pay for the pizza fund tonight, thanks to you guys, I'm not going to starve. But you know, I might starve any other night of the week before the show happens and not be here. If you want to help out, you can do so with the PayPal. We'll call it the PayPal Radio / Pizza Fund, because it also can help and purchase new radios that I'm going to talk about that you might be avoiding. You know, imagine if you have not purchased a radio because I told you it was crap. Hey, isn't that worth a pizza fund? So, thanks, guys. Thank you, Matt. Much appreciated for the pizza fund. It's much appreciated. Always cool to have all of you here. You guys are great. Okay, I have to say it. And we're going to continue on. I'm in a very delicate. I've been not just being because I'm in a delicate situation. My caregiving duties have been very delicate. Person I'm taking care of has come back, and I have to make sure I check on every now and then to make sure that everything is all right. It's kind of very tough, and so you know, it's. I want to thank you guys. You're just so fucking great. Yeah, I said fucking, like, the hell with it. If you don't like cursing words, you know, life is life. And thank you so much for being here. It's really nice. And we got a steady flow of people watching tonight, which is really nice. And I did get my third beer, because as I went to do different things and opened the door downstairs, make sure that the pizza guy comes up. I opened the door, so that's kind of cool, and it's nice to have you all here. I just love you guys. Okay, and I know it's similar, and you know, it's like okay. So that picture that I showed you guys is amazing because I'm you know able to see part of my shack from back in 1987, and that is, oh yeah, strong signal, guys. Radio Thailand S9-ish, S9 plus 10, almost 20. Sorry, it won't be long.
declarations to thousands of foreign hijackers. This is Radio Thailand News. Brought to you by EVA Air. Sharing the world. Flying together.
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
Today is Sunday, March 2nd of 2025, and this is Radio Thailand's Morning News Hour with me, Sandra Han Utsaha. Starting off our national news this morning. The Thai government launches a consumer mediation fair to strengthen consumer rights protection and improve dispute mediation between consumers and businesses. Meanwhile, the government also works to assist victims of illegal loan applications and strengthen regulations to prevent future financial exploitation.
Looking at global issues, the meeting between the leaders of the United States and Ukraine that ends dramatically after the two leaders clashed in front of the world meeting.
And on the business agenda, the Thai Revenue Department reports 646.2 billion baht in tax revenue for the first 4 months of fiscal year 2025.
All this pipeline found many more coming. Fly from Bangkok or Shenzhen across Asia to North America, Europe, and Oceania in comfort, convenience, and safety in EVA Air. Certified 5 stars, EVA Air is 8.5 Skytrack among the world's top 10 best airlines. And first, the premium economy class airline leaderboard. Travel the world with award-winning systems. Visit EVAAir.com today. EVA Air. Flying better.
Experience sky-high authentic cuisine at Bangkok's first rooftop Thai restaurant, Winterfest, at Raya Rooftop at the Empire, Sathon Road. Envisioned by renowned Michelin-starred chef Gordon, savor modern and creative Thai dishes using 100% local ingredients. Soak in a stunning river view at lunch, or marvel at the glittering skyline for dinner from Little Town's 56-story high location. For details, visit littletown.com.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. It's my tech and my caregiving duties. I kept a door open to make sure that I know what's happening. TV Radio 72, take care. Have a good weekend. Pretty good signal from Radio Thailand. No relays, direct from Thailand.
Illegal loan applications and strengthen regulations to prevent future financial exploitation.
Thank you, Matt, for the pizza money.
To the Prime Minister's office, to Arapa and Tuparai, shared a meeting with key regulatory agencies to address.
Oh, that's fine. You might be beerless, all radios, but if you got Canadian whiskey, it's perfect. Doug Noble, nice to have you here from the Washington, D.C. area. Thank you, SWATcast, for the donation. Much appreciated. There will be beer, pizza, and catnip, all of that. Thank you so much. Cheers.
The discussion involved the Office of the Consumer Protection Board, or OCPB, the Fiscal Policy Office, the Bank of Thailand, the
Better Scare Moaning Hours on 9455. Oh, is the mighty KBC have stopped, unfortunately? Oh. That's sad. They were kind of cool to have.
Particularly those who suffer financial harm without borrowing from the apps.
Let me just check it out. Mighty KBC.
Practices are being forwarded to the Bank of Thailand for further legal action.
Minister of Health, recently led a high-level security meeting in Sakal province to intensify efforts against transnational call center scams and cybercrime networks. The meeting was attended by key government officials, senior military, police, and border security officers. When the emphasized Division Syria and dismantling these networks, stressing that border control measures, communications restrictions.
Yeah, 002, they were on 94.55. Well, this is sad if they've left. You know, it costs money, and if people are not there to help out, unfortunately. Endines, question to you. I watch a YouTube channel from Svalbard, located in Arctic Circle. Yes. Mr. Stongrove, 13750, plenty fluttery, but it's more 7475 earlier than standard for my neck of the woods. There's definitely a difference. Friendwater, yay, Thailand. Jim Ford, do you think that radio announcers will be replaced by AI? That's a good question. I'm going to tell you one thing. It's scary for that. Okay, Michael getting 13725. Yeah, if they're in good conditions, the Sony 2010 are great old radios. Jasmine, there's a guy on YouTube who shows small radios, small stations, how to move their announcer stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, it's sad. Maybe KBC was kind of cool. Jean Arash, 13750, what is that? They sell advertising on shortwave. Yeah, Radio Thailand smells. They sell advertising. Absolutely. It's not new, Jean Arash. There was a lot of stations, including some U.S. broadcasters have over time. Look at WRMI Legends playing music. You know, they sell advertising for things like radios and have ads. Now, Radio Thailand is more like ads of their airline and stuff like that, but yeah, it can happen. It can happen. But honestly, shortwave over time has proved to be a very bad place for advertising. It's not a medium. Maybe that's why it's also abandoned fast or faster. It's that, well, there's no way to make money off of shortwave. If you're on shortwave, and that's why for a long time the main players on shortwave were always government-owned stations. They're not there to make money. They're there to advertise their own political agenda, viewpoint, and so on. That's what the shortwave existed for a long time. A government-owned station with their own viewpoints and stuff. Not, it's not commercial radio. Most commercial radios that ever existed never were able to, pay the bills and meet and be there, unfortunately. Well, like I said, Shortwave Archive, WRMI does in a few programs, but yeah. And I mean, ads never really worked on shortwave anyways, But can AI radio announcers do a Moscow Nights chair dance? Someday they might. And you know what? they are training on online stuff. So if they do, part of the moves you're going to have to look at are maybe my moves in AI because they've trained over what I did. Jasmine, he trained it. Exactly. I don't want to train. I'm the one that trained the moves. Yeah, I've heard ham radio stations from Svalbard, Endines. Oh, absolutely, all radios. It's even more fun when I do it with this radio here, the Westinghouse International. It's kind of cool to hear an old time radio show on an old radio. This radio is from 1949. It works perfectly. It's been maintained perfectly. It's when you look at the tubes in the back and the circuits, it's perfect. It was really taken care of. But it's kind of cool when you hear that, for sure.
Ministry of Public Health indicates that from January 1st to February 24th, Thailand is
Well, you know what, Joseph? First of all, it's beamed to the East Coast. And it might not sound like much, but the beam really sends the center of its signal towards us. So you're on the offside. So it might be difficult, for sure. And one, you are, I mean, we're what, 7? You're 4 p.m. You're still in daylight. All of these things together make a big change. I sometimes talk about how a couple of 100 kilometers or a couple of 100 miles sometimes makes a huge difference between hearing something and not hearing it at all. So imagine we're 3,000, almost 4,000 miles, kilometers away. It makes a huge difference sometimes, They used to have 2 beams on Radio Thailand. They used to have a beam that was East Coast, and at the 30-minute mark, the beam was to the West Coast. And that one was good for you guys. I don't know why they removed the West Coast beam and just kept the East Coast beam. They could have done something to try it. If I would have been their broadcast engineer, I would have said, okay, if you want to do 30 minutes, let's go to the center of North America. And maybe it's going to be enough for like everybody to hear. I don't know. I would have tried that. One thing for sure. And the broadcasting. Thank you, John, Tampa, Florida, for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. So, Pirates. Anything Pirates here that I can hear? Let's try it out. 6850. Let's go up. 6890. $69.25. So 6890 in AM mode, Pirate Station coming in, and 6925 upper sideband coming in also very well. At 2 Pirate stations right now, 6890 AM mode, 6925 upper sideband. Penny C, question about RTL SDR. Is there a specific one to buy to receive more shortwave frequencies than on a regular radio? Well, first of all, the RTL SDR is you're not going to get more than a regular radio because it's a regular radio. The only thing about the RTL SDR, it's an SDR. Think about it as a shortwave radio that you plug on a computer. It has a little more in the side of UHF, VHF. You want to use it as a scanner radio type. But buy it directly through the links of the RTL SDR website if you don't want to get scammed by the fake ones, because they're easy. It's easy to get faked. It's easy to get a bad one. Soon you'll be able to ask Chat GPT, shortwave radio guy, chair dance, Moscow Nights. And they're going to just be like, boop, here's a guy. Which version you want? The one of December 31st? The one of January 5th? The one of... Joseph says, the AI would train Jasmine to try to constantly turn a conversation into one about AI, and we would achieve singularity. No way to get out of there. No way to get out of there. Oh, God. Oh, God. Old radios. Got one from 1938 and had an AM transmitter to play old-time radio on my tube radios. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I know someone that had an old-time radio, and he liked old-time radio stuff, and I promise, by the way, Matt, Paul will have an extra treat. Absolutely. One of his fun things to do was to kind of go back in time. And this is 20 some years ago. He had a small AM transmitter. He would put it close to his old time radio. And to get back in the mood of old days, he would play the old-time radio shows on his AM transmitter so he could listen to it on his old tube receiver. And it was like, at first I was like, oh, this is so weird. And then I was like, come on, Radio Geek you are. How weird is that? It isn't that weird. It's the way we feel, the way we want, I don't know. It's the way it is. That's all. That's all. Oh, God. Kevin Michael got Outpost Radio at night, again on 1270 kilohertz. Bear Island, Norway again. Wow. Oh, man. Bonsoir, TV DXer. Fais attention à toi. À la prochaine. Always nice to have you here. Dave Vosh, 13750. Very noisy and very fluttery. However, this is my room. I came to eat an antenna on 60 feet of coiled wire at the window, but immersed in a 7 PWR switching supply, not a good environment. Yeah, okay. 7 switching power supply. Yeah. Okay, Michael wants Moscow Nights. Everybody wants Moscow Nights, that's for sure. $6925, very weak, making it on the Greenwich Satellite 800. Feel like Lucy from that movie. One of the funniest things is my brother for a long time wanted to be a Stephen King of this world. And he had some great ideas and stuff. And of course, I was a source of knowledge. One of his stories was to be a entity that can move from home to home through the power grid. But one of them was also, I mean, he asked me so many questions about how radio waves behave and how things could be modified and changed with radio. And I mean, I answered so many questions, and I was like, yeah, you know, there's stuff to do in here. I mean, there's stories about, you know, all of these stories about radio and radio waves and going to this other, you know, world or whatever. But it's, you know, you never know. Thank you, Mr. Stonegrove, for the flux capacitor. You're going to help me go back in time. And if I am able to to go back in time with a flux capacitor, I will do a drawing to bring two people with me back in the 1970s with SDRs and computers. Let's listen to the shortwave bands. Oh man, that would be so amazing. I still today am thinking of how it must be just amazing to look at the 70s or 80s spectrum on shortwave with an SDR and see all the signals that were there. We would be blown away. I mean, there would be so many signals. I'm convinced there would be so many signals we would be overwhelmed by the amount of things to actually look at some point. I mean, we're already amazed at what SDRs are capable today in our spectrum, which is relatively quiet. But imagine in 1975 or 1980, you know? And there's so many things I would like. It's like, imagine what it'd be like in the Second World War. Go in the Second World War with an SDR. But we would see all the signals that were there. In the middle of Europe, you know, where everything was happening. What do we hear? What do we see? What are all the communications everywhere? You know? It's just amazing. It's tough to imagine all of that today, you know? World War II going on, radio-wise. Not just to the radio geek in us. I imagine the stress listening to the nightly BBC news on a radio, like you know, the Westinghouse here, and having to listen to the latest news of what's happening and where's the invasion going and how is it progressing, how are the troops, you know, it's like the feel of that time, you know, I think I'm pretty sure we all do. The pandemic has a feel. I mean, pandemic was so weird in what it was. We have a modern moment where we all have that weird feel of what, you know, nobody's going to work and things are quiet and you can't really go outside, or you can't really, if you do, you have to. It was so bizarre that it has a feel to it. And I mean, World War II has a feel to it to everybody that went through it. That's for sure. That's for sure. And imagine there was the radio geeks that started at that time that existed. But imagine as a radio listener, listening to your, you know, here in Canada, listening to the CBC, and learning, you know, this is the latest news of what is it's out there in the field, what it feels like and what it looks like. You know? I mean, wow. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. You know, Jasmine, not just that SSB existed back then. Imagine, in the 1980s, Jasmine, the bands were so crowded that there was this crazy idea that came out. And I compare that crazy idea with DRM. And you'll see the parallel and why I compare it. They decided that for efficiency, future shortwave broadcasts would all be in SSB. And there was this consortium of stations, including HCJB, which had an experimental station on 21455, 24 hours a day, SSB only, upper sideband. They thought that the future of shortwave, because of it's so crowded, was single sideband. But you know what's crazy about it? I don't know why. Nobody understood one thing. First, half of the listeners did not have single sideband on the radios. And the other half had crappy radios that it was so drifty that you had to retune every, 2 minutes. And it was like, no, that's a nonsense. Who decided that SSB would be the future of shortwave? He's so dumb. It's so dumb. That is the exact thing about DRM. DRM is supposed to save the world of shortwave broadcasting, but at the same time, there's a little too much noise, I can't decode it. Really? Who's the idiot that pushed DRM so far? Somebody made money out of that. To push DRM so deep that every station actually took the money to make DRM capable transmitters. Somebody made money out of that. Because it's not, no. Hey, we're 20 years in DRM. Copy this thing around. Come on. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's just what the hell you people thought about. I don't know. Yes. Radio Ricky Sudvarpid was an SSB broadcast, Mike WX50. You're totally right. It was an upper sideband broadcast. I got a QSL here. Ricky Sudvarpid. RT0, yeah. I know. You guys are heroes. I mean, this is crazy. Dark Noble, yes, Radio Vilnius, Radio Kiev, Radio Sweden. One could bounce from one another every half hour. Yep. Fred Newland, I would also have loved to have my MLA30 back in the 80s and 90s. Why do you think it took so long for antennas like the MLA30 and U-Loop to be developed? They've been around ever. I mean, magnetic antennas like the MLA30 were there in the 80s. They existed in the 70s. They were expensive because the electronics at the time were so expensive that to build something like that, first of all, and second of all, you know what? We didn't need them. Because in 1980, the noise floor around us was so low that you just threw a piece of wire outside and, hey, I got shortwave. So it was not something we thought about because noise was not enough of a problem. Now we talk about the MLA30 as a savior in shortwave for a lot of people, including me. But the reason behind it is we have a noise floor that is so freaking high now that it is something we have to deal with. And that's the problem, is that it's a mix of, did we really need a magnetic loop antenna back in the day? No. We just threw a wire out the door, and man, it was like I got, the world on my feet. Today, I throw a wire outside the door. If I don't hit a neighbor first, I don't have any stations anyways, because I just got like this S9 plus 20 noise floor. So that's where these antennas become important, and now we notice why a magnetic loop antenna is important, because of its way of balancing out certain types of noise, and makes us listen to things we couldn't listen before in our modern technology world. Oh, Jasmine. There were so many bands that everything was everywhere. It's just at some point. It's just crazy. Pretty much the only thing that was encrypted, Jasmine, back in World War II was, those, all of the stuff from Germany that was encrypted because of their new encryption system. But apart from that, it's been interesting. DRM is a big waste of money, and just, Sean Ash, I know that René Lévesque was a big. So for those that don't know who René Lévesque is, here in Quebec, we have a francophone majority, which is different from the rest of Canada. It makes tensions, and let's not go there. But René Lévesque was the leader of a political party that was the first to try to make Quebec go out of Canada. But René Lévesque was a journalist. René Lévesque was a journalist that actually was at the forefront of World War II and would report back about events and things happening in World War II. So he was pretty much everywhere, and and pretty much what is journalism about what was happening. And he was one of those great guys that operated and talked about, it's difficult to talk too much about it because it's a very sensitive issue. Thank you, Fred Waterer, for mentioning that, because unfortunately the political side took over and makes it hard to talk about for, the rest of Canada in general. But he was a good journalist, and he was, and even in the political side, I think he just got there and wasn't expecting to get to where he was. And that's all I will say about it. Okay. 6890, always look on the bright side of life. Monty Python. Richard Wagner. Jasmine, didn't the U.S. Navy develop magnetic loop antennas? I don't know. I don't even know who developed magnetic loop antennas, actually. Forget your life. So, forget life. And that's a good question, actually. So, a typical AM broadcast on shortwave, stations were spaced 5 kilohertz wide. So, if you took you're on 99, let's say you're on 9900. The next station is on 9905. The other station is on 9895. So you have that space, which is 10 kilohertz. But the problem is, each station needs its space. So most AM shortwave broadcasters took roughly 6 kilohertz of space, which means 3 kilohertz on one side, 3 on the other side. So 9990 was 9993 on the upper, 9897 on the lower, but 9895 was 9898 on the upper, so there's a slight, but that wasn't the worst. It wasn't that they were kind of almost overlapping each other. If your radio receiver didn't have much of a bandwidth filter, selectivity, that's what we call selectivity. It might have not been able to separate the 3 stations, because if you were on one, you were hearing the other one, and the other one, and it's a big mess of. And that was a big problem of the shortwave receivers. Oh, pizza is here. 2 seconds. So we'll be back with that talk of technical. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. Ça va bien? Bien, bien, vous? Oui, 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 absolument. Je suis pizza payé par les femmes de tes femmes. Oh! C'est des YouTube, excuse. 38,52. 38,52. Mais 20% de pouvoir. Oui, c'est vrai, c'est 19 ça. Ouais, on est les seuls, je pense. Merci beaucoup. François? Bonne soirée. À la prochaine. Je vais faire quoi? Juste montrer à tout le monde. Les autres pages. So just to let you guys see, is pizza. Let me see if I can see something here. All right. Pizza and fries. This is the pizza. This is the phone number restaurant, but I don't think they deliver in the U.S. or anywhere else than Montreal. Whoops. So pizza and fries coming up. Is that one you want? Thank you guys for the pizza fund. Okay, guys, I'm back. Pizza, fries. Oh, man. This is good. I'm hungry. I'm going to eat in your face. Sorry. Oh, again. So, what was I talking about? So, yeah. So, the reason for SSB broadcasts to be kind of, stations saying, well, maybe we should be in single sideband, came from the fact that single sideband is 2.8 kilohertz, which means it's only a small portion, and you can have upper and lower sideband. You could have actually two broadcasts going on the same frequency if you had a good radio. Unfortunately, back in the day, radios were not good enough for that, except for high-end receivers, which not a lot of people had. The idea behind it is, we can jam-pack more stations into a smaller portion, but I think it wasn't thought out right. It's like DRM, Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. RJ, absolutely. The American Forces Station, absolutely. Absolutely. I know today's computer RF is crazy, Kev Michael. So no, there's no DRM. Even DRM radios. There weren't really any. There were a few done, none that were really sold anywhere. Honestly. Radio Australia, 19 megahertz, absolutely. Absolutely. Pepperoni, and for me it's pepperoni. Oh yeah, you could put some crushed some pepper. Where's the beef? Merci, Penici. Joe says, look how quick a Jello Bendis is when pizza arrives. Yeah, okay, thank you, bye. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. The pizza is because of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, Sheila is now hungry because of me. Yeah, unfortunately, Paul is not here. I want to give him pepperoni, but he's not here. Maybe the smell is going to actually bring him here because he wants it. 45 unit. I had my fix today. Moussaka pizza from local Greek restaurant. Cool. So anyways, back in the day, there was BFO. Because most radios back in the day were BFO. It's not, you don't have like these radios that tune really, really nice like the Texan receivers today. I remember when I heard the first announcement that maybe we should go SSB, it was like when the first time I heard and seen a demonstration of DRM. That's not a good idea. This is where, sometimes we talk about decisions in life, and whoever thought, look at DRM, the promise of an amazing experience on shortwave with a 12 kilohertz signal, which takes twice the space of a standard analog. But when the signal is not that great, you lose it. Yet, analog, you still get the station. No logic in there. That's why I'm always asking myself, decided about these standards? Honestly. Who decided that pizza will change the world? I mean, you're like, there's no sense. Man, this is good. A Navy engineer in the 40s. Okay. John Tampa. Cool. Oh, yeah, they did too. Absolutely. From Costa Rica. Radio for Peace International. This is so freaking good. Sorry, guys. I'm eating in your face. But it's so freaking good. And it's thanks to you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will not be dying this week because I haven't eaten or... So, how about we go back in time a little bit? You guys want to do that? We'll go into some interval signals. So, first of all, you know what? I'm going to check out, because apparently our friend here has sent me something. And let's check it out. Here we go. Okay. What frequency is what frequency? What email have you sent your interval signals? I don't even remember who sent it in. So let's start. Let's start with some interval signals. I really like the with a pickaxe in a rifle. It's so much in sync. So I'm just gonna make sure that output device, input device, make sure that's in the right place for the so you guys let me know if you hear that. This is
is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana. With news and broadcasts in the English language.
Not enough room. So, Radio Tirana. That sounded like a friendly station back then. Pretty much. But that was the most softer after the Soviet era interval signal, which was actually very beautiful from Radio Tirana. The Cold War tractor production figure. Put your request.
This is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana broadcast in English.
Put your requests. We're going to play them. So that was Radio Tirana. Softer, more modern interval signal. Sorry, I'm eating. Thanks to all of you. If without you, I'd be living under a bridge with radios. Okay. Let's see here. Let's do it all. I'm gonna go through the different stations you guys want to hear, and the requests. 45 unit, nice to have you here. So we have a request for Robert Varner, Radio Prague. So here is, first of all, Czechoslovakia, Radio Prague, and the interval signal is called forward left.
This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia. is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia.
And then we had the Czech Republic with Radio Prague. And the interval signal is From the New World. From the New World. Apparently.
Shortwave service. Transmitter Noratuskava, Armenia. 9885 kHz. 100 kilowatts. The following program is the 80th anniversary broadcast of Radio Prague in English language. For more information about our shortwave services, visit www.shortwaveservice.com or our Facebook site, Shortwave Service.
Československé zahraniční vysílání.
Next on the request list is Radio Norway or Radio Denmark. Let's play both. Norway. I like Radio Norway. They would broadcast on Sundays only in English. The rest of the week we're in Norwegian. Norway. Radio Norway International. Oh, man. So here we go.
Dette Norge. This is Radio Norway International. Norge. This is Radio Norway International.
There we go.
This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 MHz, to Australia on 17.81 and to Europe on 9.59 MHz.
So, now let's go to Radio Denmark.
Til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. I lytter til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Sorry, guys. I don't have napkins.
Til Radio Danmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
So from 1978, also Denmark.
I lytter til Danmarks Radio.
They had several IDs over time.
You are listening to the shortwave department of Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark. This is the first of 3 daily broadcasts to North America. You are tuned to frequency 15.165 megacycles in the 19-meter band. We can also be heard at 1600 hours GMT on the same frequency and at 0 hours GMT on 9.520 megacycles in the 31-meter band. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that this station broadcasts exclusively in Danish.
That's what I enjoyed, is that they were IDing. They were IDing as Radio Denmark, but took the time to say, oh, by the way, we're only doing programs in Danish. Yeah, Mike WX50. A lot of the stations back then used a GMT instead of UTC. London, yeah, okay. I'll lower the volume because I know that it's maxed out here, so there could be some distortion on it. So let's go down. Let's check it out. So any of your requests, I will try to play. We'll just go through it. Radio RSA. Of course, that's one of those famous interval signals. That one brings me back in time like there's just no tomorrow. It's just so amazing. So I remember the first time I heard Radio RSA from South Africa. I was just so freaking amazed that the station from so far away was coming in on my shortwave radio. Honestly, I was just amazed. So this brings me back in time. Really, really amazing.
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Fred Water, I had here a cockatiel bird. When you hear the Radio RSA birds, it would just go nuts in his cage.
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Man, that brings me back in time.
Greenwich Mean Time, 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA, calling West Africa on 25,790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band, 21,535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band, and 17,780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
I hope you guys heard that frequency of 25790. I got a QSL card from that frequency. Christian Science Monitor. Oh, man. Do I have something from Christian Science Monitor? Oh, man. They were everywhere back in the day. Christian Science Monitor. I don't know if I have anything. Oh, here. This one? I think this one. WSHB. I think that's the Christian Science Monitor.
This is Monitor Radio International. You're tuned to WSHB, Cypress Creek, South Carolina, United States of America.
WCSN. 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 WCSN, do I have it here? WCS. Man. I don't have it here. Christian Science Monitor. Here's a Christian Science Sentinel. That's weird.
This is WSHB, Cypress Creek, South Carolina, United States of America.
Esta es WCHB, Cypress Creek, Carolina del Sur, Estados Unidos de América.
Mr. Henry, 1876.
Cypress Creek, en Caroline du Sud,
Signal and turbo signals, especially Radio Romania. These few remaining broadcasting. So if we look at Romania back in the day,
WSHB, Cypress Creek, Carolina do Sul, Estados Unidos da América.
Romania, and back in the day it was Radio Bucharest. Here we go. Radio Bucharest. Wow. Radio Romania back in the day. Wow.
This is Bucharest.
So that was the old interval signal of Radio Bucharest before it was Radio Romania today. And next one on the list is Germany. So we had, of course, let's put a vintage. Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle.
Aqui, Deutsche Welle, Estação Resinas, Portugal.
So that was the voice of West Germany. And somebody asked for Radio Berlin, which was East Germany.
Aqui, Deutsche Welle, Estação Resinas, Portugal.
Es ist 12 Uhr weltweit. Hier ist die Deutsche Welle.
And of course we had Radio Berlin International. Here's the final broadcast from 1990. Final broadcast from 1990 of Radio Berlin International, which was like Radio Moscow, was one of those smooth, you know. Their national anthem was actually beautiful, though.
You're tuned to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic, with a program of news, current affairs and features for listeners in Europe. We begin with the news.
First, the main points of the news. At the CSCE Foreign Ministers meeting in New York, the GDR has acknowledged the duty of Germans to help preserve peace. The GDR Parliament is meeting in Berlin today for the last time for the unification of the two German states. Britain has...
Because when they were playing, I think it's this one, they're going to play the national anthem, which is actually nice to listen to. There we go. This is very beautiful, actually. This is where they get into the Soviet march. Let's go. It's time to take over the world. And then be nice. It is very beautiful anthem. Now that we've taken all over the world, we can be smooth again. But that's a beautiful anthem. Honestly, we have to admit, there are beautiful anthems out there. And this is a beautiful anthem. I can tell you that. Okay, let's see. We're going into order here. See what we can get in there. Okay. Oh, the little bolero from BBC. Oh God, that is such a. That brings me back to the BBC days. Absolutely. So, okay. Let's go here to So let me just check it out where I can find it. United Kingdom with the BBC and the Little Bolero, yeah. World Service. So here it is, BBC. I want to hear that one too, because it's like just, if you were a listener of the BBC World Service in North America, you were just, thrown into this moment in life. And so this one is not the one from North America, but it has that Little Bolero moment. So let's listen to it together.
ABC World Service, broadcasting from the Indian Ocean Relay Station to East Africa on 15.42 megahertz. In a few moments, we shall be going over to our studios in London for the latest world news and news about Britain. Then, in a quarter of an hour, the first of our daily programs in Kiswahili. This is London.
Oh man, that brings back memories for me too. Oh man, Radio New Zealand still has birds when they switch frequency. Actually, they still have birds. NHK Radio Japan. Let's go for that one next. Japan NHK. It still uses that, by the way, on many of its transmitters. The French service that I listen to on 9855 still has that interval signal of NHK Radio Japan. And so here we are. NHK Radio Japan from yeah, this should be pretty good. And here we go. It's kind of sad.
NHK の国際放送です。東京からお送りします。This is Radio Japan, the overseas broadcasting service of NHK in Tokyo.
everyone. This is Radio Japan, the overseas service of NHK in Tokyo.
That's good. Call Israel. Call Israel. That was one of the first stations I've ever received in my Realistic DX 100. The first night I've listened to Shortwave in 1982. So Call Israel. That was a harsh interval signal. So Call Israel. Call Israel. Let me just get the proper interval signal here. Call Israel. External service. Come on, external service. External service. Where's the external service here? Public, commercial, military, community, religious. No, external service. Call Israel. I'm trying to find it. There was a Voice of Israel, but there was Call Israel. I do remember the Call Israel external service. I'm going to get it from another source if I can't get it here. Okay. Call Israel. Call Israel. Israel interval signal. I'm going to get it here. Here we go. Here's Call Israel. Whoa. Let's call Israel. Call Israel. Yeah, I heard that on the first night I ever had a shortwave radio. Yeah, I like that, Fred Newland. They should have kept Little Bolero. Brian Penny wants to have Botswana, or Radio Botswana. And you know that the story behind Botswana interval signal is that the staff of Radio Botswana that actually makes all the animal sounds in here. Wait. That wasn't long enough. More. Hey, Sam Templar, nice to have you here. Somebody's laughing. Listen carefully. Somebody's laughing. Classic, Garen. Absolutely.
Now,
Wow.
Radio Botswana broadcasting from Gaborone. Loreditse Roma Moasa Botswana mono Gaborone. Re ga tsama matshong a 60 le 90 meters mo Shortwave ga go le maphakela le mo maitseboeng. 49 le 60 meters ga go le motshagare. 971 kilohertz mo medium wave.
What is this one? Radio, 13750 was an hour ago. RG Dakota has it. Finland. That is Radio Finland.
Suomen Yleisradio. Kansainväliset taajuutemme tämän tunnin aikana ovat Euroopassa 11755, 963 ja 558 kHz sekä Itä-Aasiassa 15240 ja 13770 kHz, aaltoalueilla 19 ja 22 metriä. Lähetys on myös kuultavissa satelliitista Eutelsat 2F1 koko Euroopassa, Lähi-idässä ja Pohjois-Afrikassa. Finlands Radio. Vi sänder ut till Europa på 755 983 och 55.
What's this one?
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
Hey Francis Moore, nice to have you here.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
Yeah, that's Sweden. I loved Radio Sweden. Do you guys remember their DX show?
Radio Sweden International.
Ni lyssnar till Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet. Här kommer nu ett halvtimmesprogram på svenska.
And that brings me back in time, so incredible. Man. Yeah, they had another one back in, let me see here for a second. They had an older one. This one, I think, is the older one. Right here. This here. Is that all the same?
You've been listening to Radio Sweden.
Let me just try it out. This one. That's the one.
Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet.
And the difference,
This is Radio Sweden, Stockholm.
The difference is that when that infrared signal was playing, there was Radio Sweden. The other one that I played, they were Radio Sweden International. They changed the interval signal from that. So that's what's changed. Thank you, Francis Moore, for the donation. They had a DX show, which was kind of cool. And it was called Sweden Calling DXers.
Welcome to edition number 1575 of Sweden Calling DXers.
And today's program was compiled with the help of 65 contributors. And this week we'll start off with some publications. First of all, Mickey Vasella has just published the 3rd issue of External Services of African Stations. This is issued on a regular basis each March, May, September, and November as a free supplement for the subscribers to QTH Africa, which comes out every 10 days. External Services of African Stations is also available separately for 2 IRCs, and that's for airmail anywhere in the world. And if you're interested, you could write to QTH Africa, Post Office Box 28250, Pretoria, 0132, South Africa. You've also asked Mickey about QTH Africa itself, because that's a very interesting guide to changes in the African radio scene. We've received the first issue of the monthly reports of the Asian Broadcasting Institute. It's 7 pages in length, and this issues a comprehensive listing of schedules of various stations in China and Taiwan. A 12-month subscription costs 4,000 yen for overseas airmail, and they say that they want to be paid in yen, so you're going to have to go to your local bank and find out how much 4,000 yen comes out to in your local currency. If you're interested, you can write to the Asian Broadcasting Institute, CPO Box 1334, Tokyo 100-91 in Japan. Now it's time to go on to this week's DX tips. All times, as usually, are in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay, so that was the DX show. Now, somebody said Spain used to have a different interval signal. Now, I have a quiz for you. Spain used to have a different name, so they called themselves Radio Exterior de España for a long time. But when I started listening to Shortwave, Spain called itself a different name. Now, I'm not calling about an older name that's really old, where they were different. There was kind of a transition that seemed to be a short-lived one, but I lived through it, and I will actually have you listen to the interval signal they had and what was the name of their station back then. Kev Michael got it. Spanish Foreign Radio. Spanish Foreign Radio. This is what I listened to the first year that I had my shortwave receiver on Spain. So they were Spanish Foreign Radio in English back in the day. So that was kind of cool. Now, let's go on to something else. Let's see. What do we have? Something from... let me see here. You need to find some interesting, unusual stuff. So, this is a very exotic country. Something that I don't think you guys will ever really know where it comes from. But hopefully, you know. Because if you don't, you must live under a stone.
Radio Canada International.
Radio-Canada International.
Radio-Canada International.
Radio-Canada International.
Ici Radio-Canada International. Nous diffusons vers l'Europe, l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient sur 17 820, 15 150, 13 690, 13 650, 11 945, 9 805, 7 235, 5 995 et 5 925 kHz dans les bandes des 16, 19, 22, 25, 31, 41.
That was great. I miss the days of Radio Canada. As much as all of you guys also miss that. We also miss that here in Canada. Okay. So, what is the DX show that had this? Let me just check it out here. Okay. So, what's this one? Check it out here. And here we go.
From Quito, Ecuador in South America, this is radio station HCJB, the voice of the Andes. We are broadcasting in 19 and 31 meters in the English language to North America at 15,155 kilohertz and 9,745 kilohertz. The time is 10 p.m. in Quito Eastern Standard Time, or 3 hours Coordinated Universal Time.
This is DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line. It's Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Quito soon, and this is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party Line. It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners, but we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution and your letters and help. Well, that's enough of that type of beginning for the program.
You could see how he's got emotional. I actually got a special QSL card for that were actually signed by Clayton Howard and his wife. And I have here in one of my books, which was like, wow, these are parts of what we lived through in our shortwave community back in the day. It was just pretty incredible when you think about it, what we could hear. So what is this station? What is this station back in the day? We're just going to put external service. Wow, okay. External. Yeah, but that's okay. Was it the same back in the day? Domestic, external. I guess. Let's go here. What is this station? Right here. What is that? WRFI. It is not Hungary. It is not called Israel.
Radio Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, RJ Dakota, you got it. So it was Radio Bulgaria. Now, what is this one? What is this one? We still hear it today on the 25-meter band, although it now only is in Portuguese. Radio Nacional Brazilian, yep, which pretty much changed to radio.
This is the international service
Radio
of
Nacional Amazonas
de
today.
Brazil, ZYF 263.
This is what was pretty much Radio Nacional do Brasil that changed to Radio Nacional Amazonas in Portuguese only today. But that was pretty much. So let's go here to another station. And this is what we had. What station is this one? Sorry, I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. So, hey guys, I'm going to say bye because a little caregiver emergency here. And I'm sorry for that. But that's the life. So thanks for being here. It was a lot of fun to be here. And we'll be back next Saturday, 20 hours, Universal Time. Okay? Take care, guys.